What is up? New Mulligan rule is live on MTGO, and not only that, but we got round 2 of this awesome donation deck. Okay, we got this donation deck list here. This is round 2 of Jeskai Ascendikon. So this deck is just awesome. We played on stream last week, and it was just tons of fun. Basically, we play a bunch of auras that get attached to lands. Then we turn lands into creatures with Wind Ascendikon, or we just have like Drydiver or Lumbering Falls, and then we basically just go off with Jeskai Ascendancy. Okay, we start like making a ton of mana because of course our land tap for multiple mana thanks to these cards. We draw a lot of cards because of the Core Spirit Dancer and SRAM, as well as the Jeskai Ascendancy itself, which provides a lot of filtering. And then we have stuff like Sphinx's Rev to refuel, and then Glittering Wish to kill. We can either attack them with a massive land, or we can try to like Glittering Wish for Rakdos's return. This is I guess so we did some testing, and then last week, and then I sent, oh yeah, the Hex Mage, we're dabbing right back. Not Punished made another donation to see their list played again, and we're back. We made some changes. We figure out stuff like the fact that we basically had a wasted sideboard slot because we ended up basically just like Glittering Wishing for Rakdos's return every time, and just like swinging for a lethal one, versus what this kind of deck usually plays with is Blood. I can't remember the name of the deck. The card. This one, Flesh Blood. This is the other card that we would be killing with, but that never happened basically. And here I guess we have Cut to Ribbons as the new addition. This card kills Thing in the Ice, which is extremely relevant because this deck basically cannot beat Thing in the Ice. So we have a couple of answers to Thing in the Ice. Basically, it's just so we can win. Last time we figured out that we were lacking. We had the Terra Eternals in the main deck, but we figured out we were lacking ways to answer troublesome permanents, like stuff like Meddling Mage, or as I'm saying, Thing in the Ice particularly. We played against Phoenix, and the matchup felt like completely unbeatable. So it was these are the changes that Not Punished made. We also cut a land. We ended up flooding a lot last week, like a lot. Every single most of the matches that we lost were because we flooded super hard, even though we were drawing quite a bit of cards. But 21 lands felt like a little bit too many, so he decided to cut one land as well. We cut the second Sphinx's Rev. There were 2 Sphinx's Rev in the main deck, which I thought was a little bit redundant, especially because you can like Glittering Wish for Sphinx's Rev. Having it as a one-off is fine because you can play it against Discard spell decks and it can get you out of tough situations, but I don't think I would ever want more than the one. And yeah, that's about it. The core of the deck is still the same. We got these 20 auras. These are what we use to cantrip with these 8, well, like cantrip dudes. And then we have the wishes, the ascendancies, and then like a couple of removals and whatnot. And then the sideboard is of course a wish sideboard, and now we have access to Merciless Eviction, which is a nice one to have access to. Exile Artifact sounds pretty sweet against Weir, especially to have access to game 1. This is hilarious. We got an extra Ascendancy in here. We got Hydroform. This one actually did come up last week when we played the deck. Our opponent killed our land in response to, while we were in the middle of us going off, they killed our land with the Glittering Wish on the stack, so we were able to go get Hydroform and then continue going off with the land that we got from Hydroform. So that was awesome. Slaughter Games against combo decks and whatnot. Rakdos Charm against graveyard decks. And then like removal, an extra guy that can draw cards. So some more, another one of these guys basically, but the one that we can get from the Glittering Wish. Sweepers and another sweeper. And Terra Eternals, which are our one, these are our one non-wish target basically. And this is against like decks with sweepers and stuff like that. So yeah, all right, let's go. We're gonna be joining a friendly league because, you know, we are realistic. Jeskai, Ascendikon. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, this deck is a total blast. This deck is a ton of fun. I'm still not convinced that it's, you know, particularly competitive or anything, but it definitely looks like a stellar FNM deck. But I don't think it's ready to be brought to like a GP or something. Huh. I think this is a mulligan. I think we can do better than this. Oh right, there's a new mulligan rule. I totally forgot about that. Oh yeah, we're definitely mulligan in this again. And this one is great. I love this one. Okay, so we're gonna keep this one. So we have a lot of yeah, we're definitely gonna keep this. We're gonna put, I guess we don't need Ascendikon and we don't need Sphinx's Rev. We can go turn 1 Sprawl. Oh yeah, we're gonna be facing Tron every single game ever, basically, right? Is that, I feel like that's how this is gonna work now. So we're gonna put this here, we're gonna name white, and then we're gonna pass the turn. That's right, so turn 3 Tron is basically happening every single game for the rest of Magic. That is what I understand. I definitely want to play SRAM and then Utopia Sprawl and then hope to go off next turn with like more mana. I'm trying to see. I think I am going to fetch. So we can get Temple Garden, play SRAM, and then we're gonna play Utopia Sprawl here, naming green, I guess. I don't want to get wrecked by... Nice. I don't want to get wrecked by a Ghost Squatter here, so that's why we're targeting two separate lands. This might be wrong, but... So next turn we can play Ascendancy. We can play Ascendancy, then play Glittering Wish, and we can wish for Hydroform. I did not, Jojo. I did not see it. This match let's give 3 mana instead of 7. I wish that's how it works, so people would at least, if they're troning you, at least they would, you know, have some decency and play with reasonable lands. I guess, right? I guess we're going for... So, white, red, blue, play Ascendancy, and then we're going to wish. The nice thing is that we get to cantrip before we wish. The Sphere. Yeah, this one's not gonna do anything for now. I think it's gonna be better than the land though. And now we can wish for Hydroform. There it is. And now we can potentially go off next turn. Spent a good amount of the league misplay while crap on the deck. It was kind of cringy. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I love Hoogland as a streamer. I think he's amazing. Like he is very good at like finding ways to promote his business and to build his brand. I respect that a lot. I think that is an amazing skill to have, and I respect him a lot for that. But like I don't really watch his stream anymore. If this is Ugin, we can safely concede here. This is basically the same thing. I don't think we can win anymore. Yeah, the Tron matchup looks very bad. Yeah, well, let's just concede here. We can't... I guess we still have like a very slim chance of winning. I don't think it's gonna work. Let's go, land. Let's go, breeding pool. You can do it. Learn the Mulligan is dual decks, Dredge versus Tron. Well, AmuLIT's still in there. AmuLIT's gonna be doing some damage with the new Mulligan rule. My opponent has so much mana over there. Alright, yeah, we can concede now. Alright. So, against Tron, we do want to have access to the trophy. We don't care about cut to ribbons. Slaughter Games, unfortunately, doesn't get lands. I wonder if they should be Unmoored Ego instead of Slaughter Games. It's even easier to cast than Slaughter Games. Milk Crate, what I really don't understand what your question is. I guess I'm gonna keep in paths because of Thought-Knots here. And just because Terra Eternal seems like whatever when my opponent is gonna be bringing in... My opponent's answers are like... Ugins and Oblivion Stones, so it doesn't make much sense to try to do anything. I like this. Let's keep this one. I wonder if I should just keep this in hand, actually. It's not a bad draw. Again, facing turn 3 Tron. So... if I sprawl this, fetch for Dryad Arbor, end of my opponent's turn... can I win on the untap? I think I would be 1 mana short of winning on the untap. But what if instead I... What if I just add 3? I drop both of my enchantments on this land or whatever. I then untap. I use 3 mana to cast Ascendancy. Then I can wish for something. That seems bad too. All of my options seem not great, so I think I'm gonna go for the Get Dried Arrow EOT option. And here, this is gonna add white. We're gonna be able to go off on turn 4, though that might be a little bit too late already. The Tron matchup seems completely miserable, actually. So maybe that means that this deck is completely unplayable if the London Mulligan rule becomes like a thing. So here we can do white, red. Well, I guess we don't have blue mana, and I feel pretty stupid here, but play Cheerios. Yeah, I guess Cheerios is pretty good against Tron, that's for sure. Okay, so we got another Ascendancy. I think we want to go get Hydroform. Or do we have any other options? Well, we got no way to answer to destroy lands. We could get Wear Tear, but my opponent sacks them up in response, so that doesn't do anything. Yeah, I guess it's simply Hydroform. And just... Well, my opponent can play a sweeper next turn. Selim Rabata9, thank you for the follow. My opponent cannot play a sweeper next turn, so I think it's better for us to do this. And to get this land going too. And next turn we can play Ascendancy. Oh, we're short 1 blue mana, which is kind of awkward. We do green, white. Oh no, we can do blue, white, green. Yeah, no, we're fine. Blue, white, red. Oh yeah, we're gonna be short 1 mana. We're gonna be short 1 blue or 1 red mana. Man, this deck is really hard to play. Yeah, I can see that, Jiggy Wiggy, but I think that Cheerios is just a bad deck overall, and not fun at all for me. You need a very specific personality to be a Cheerios player, and if I wanted a deck that, like, I think Infect might be even easier. Tron might be easier for Infect than for Cheerios, and I think Infect is just an overall better deck. Yeah, I don't find Cheerios fun. I find it super repetitive. Okay, so they have Tron, of course. I guess they don't have a threat. Well, I'm very sad I brought in my Assassin's Trophy now, because I could wish for it right now. And at least delay my opponent's Tron for 1 turn, which would allow me to, like, do some stuff and some things. So, weaken Ascendancy. So, blue, white, red. Weaken Ascendancy. Then we can Glitter and Wish. Yeah, I guess I should have put one of his enchantments on the Dryad Arbor, and we would be in a much better spot. I think I misplayed this game. So blue-white. And more whites. And this will make red. Ascendancy. I think we should be fine if we draw like Abundant Growth, or if we draw... No, I think we actually need Utopia Sprawl here. I think we're going to need the Utopia Sprawl here. Yeah, Jiggy Wiggy, I believe you. I think that the deck that you can do well with the deck. I still don't think it's particularly good. I'm not gonna spike EFNM players with. Yeah, you can definitely do that. Like I'm I mean, as an Amulet player, every time I see Cheerios on the other side of the table, it makes me very sad. Let's put it that way. It makes me really sad. Okay, here we go. Glitter and Wish. We're gonna cantrip here, hoping to find exactly another Utopia Sprawl. That one doesn't do it. And I doubt that there's anything we can do for a single green mana here. So we're just gonna pass the turn and we're gonna die to this Oblivion Stone. Yep. I think we could have won this game. I think I made a mistake at some point. I think that mistake was trying to play around something like Ghost Quarter and not suiting up this Dryad Arbor. If I had suited up the Dryad Arbor, I think we win easily here. But as things stand right now, I don't think we have a shot. Because my opponent is going to have Tron next turn and they're going to Oblivion Stone, then crack it. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Man, it's very easy to make mistakes with this deck. It's so weird, like the way it works. Yeah, I agree with you, Jiggy. I think that I just could not play around stuff. Like I didn't want to suit up the Dryad Arbor because my opponent had a map in play. So because they had a map in play, they could, if they see that I'm suiting up the Dryad Arbor, they can just like go fetch Ghost Quarter and then Ghost Quarter my land, and I would be sad. But I just don't think I can beat that anyway. And I actually am more likely to beat that than like turn 4 Oblivion Stone anyway. So I think that it was just like a mistake of me, like not... Like, I'm so used to Amulet where you can, like, think things through and there's usually a way that you can play around stuff and figure things out. Figure, like, a line that you can, with what you're seeing from your opponent, you can figure out a way out of it. And maybe with this deck, it's just simply not worth it to like, try to go and play around stuff. Maybe that's just not something that you have to do. This seems like a keep, but it really needs a second land. Being on the draw and having a cantrip already makes me more likely to keep this, but it might be a mulligan. Opponent moves to 4, yep. So what are we playing against, Tron or Dredge? Oh, Phoenix or like Storm maybe? Yeah, Pistalion. London Mulligan is in effect. Yeah, we're learning. 5 lands first hand, none until this one, says my opponent. Unfortunate for them. I think we are slamming this Utopia Sprawl here. And I guess we're getting blue mana with this. Next turn we can play... I guess I would rather play a Fertile Ground over the Core Spirit Dancer here. Especially, yeah, if we don't draw land, then I'm 100% playing Fertile Ground here, because next turn I can play Spirit Dancer plus Abundant Growth. And I'm not playing Trace of Abundance because I still want to suit this land up. Most broken card in Modern. It feels like we are pretty favored to win this game, though. Okay, so here we're gonna add white. And we're gonna float a green mana. So we're gonna get Spirit Dancer into play. And then we're going to Abundant Growth this. My opponent probably kills the Spirit Dancer in response, that's fine. Oh, they don't. Draw another card. Ascendikon. Alright, so we should win next turn then. So we're gonna get blue, white. I guess we can float red. Oh, we are playing against Storm. They tap out main phase? This seems super weird to me. Why would they tap out main phase? Okay, so we're gonna have my opponent's tapped out now, so I get to do red, blue, white. I play Ascendancy. So I guess I don't want to give them the dorks. Oh, I actually have paths, so I can play around the dorks. I guess I don't give them... Well, actually, if they are using their next turn to play another gifts, I'm very much okay with this. So that means that it's another turn where they're not killing me, so I'm okay with that. Land would be good here. Glittering Wish. Okay, so tap this for red, tap this for blue, and that's gonna give us a blue and a white. We play Ascendancy. We can be super greedy and we can play Ascendikon on this. I think I'm gonna be conservative and I'm gonna play Ascendikon on this. It still gives us solid amounts of mana. It doesn't give us as much, but yeah. So now since we whiffed on a land, we are not dead and we get to go off next turn. Because what I'm afraid is my opponent like kind of mini goes off next turn. My opponent mini goes off and they just like grape shot this to death and then I lose all of my ramp. So I think I'm worried. What? Are they gonna surge? Oh, Noxious Revival. Okay. Well, that's good for them actually. So they got a Baral. They didn't play a land, so I'm assuming they do not have a fourth land, which means they can't go off next turn unless they also have Manamorphose. Unless their only unknown card is exactly Manamorphose, we should win. Okay, there's the Baral. Alright, so we're gonna get to go off then. Sweet, here we go. Sprawl this. Draw here. Loot, yes. Dudes grow. Sweet. Alright, so we're gonna do... This one's gonna add white. Float green. Sprawl again. Oof. So many triggers. At this point, I don't think I want to cantrip anymore with Ascendancy, because I'm gonna play out this Ram and we're just gonna draw infinite cards basically. Okay, this is gonna give me blue mana. So now we tap 4. We play Ram. And now we play another Ascendancy. We don't. Everything gets stronger. Now we do this. We play Trace of Abundance here, because that nets me more mana. That's a lot of cards and a lot of triggers. That's a lot of cards and a lot of triggers. No cantripping, no cantripping. Get all of this, float a ton of mana. Do this, float a ton of mana. Alright, so float this for green. At this point, it kind of doesn't really matter anyway. Like, at this point, it's just deterministic. I'm just gonna get to kill them. We're just gonna make infinite mana and we're gonna Rakdos's return their face. Nope. Okay, they just concede. I'm gonna tell... My opponent was kind enough to concede. So I'm gonna tell them what my win con was. Okay, against Storm. Are there any multicolor like Rule of Law effect? Oh, we can't play that. Never mind. Never mind. This deck has an insane amount of clicking. So far I've been Belcher, the Hollow One, and Tron. So I'm a big fan of the new Mulligan role. The fact that you started by saying I was Belchered before you said anything else makes that such a great statement. More clicks than Amulet Retreat version. Yeah, the Amulet Retreat version is interesting. Again, I'm gonna bring in the trophy because I want ooh. Can you imagine my opponent goes off with Empty the Worst? Oh my god, I so want my opponent to go off with Empty the Warrens. I feel like I definitely want my removal. Cut to ribbons for sure. And I'm thinking that I want it in the main phase because Glitter and Wish for the removal spell might be a little bit too slow. I feel like sideboarding is even harder than actually playing the deck, which is a lot to say. I guess I'm just going to keep this here, just so I have one removal spell in the sideboard. Oh, this is my opponent right here. What's up, Exo the Mage? Okay, they kept 7, so we basically have no chance. So this hand is turn 1 growth, turn 2 Serum probably. If we draw a land, we got two draws to find land. Yeah, this seems like a mulligan. This definitely seems like a mulligan. Yeah, I'm mulligan to 4. Okay, so we're gonna keep Utopia's Scroll, 2 lands, and Serum, I guess. Put this on the bottom, this on the bottom. this on the bottom. And we're fetching on 1. Because I'm far behind enough that I feel like I want to try to cantrip with this Utopia Sprawl. Of course, assuming my Stram doesn't die, which seems pretty unlikely. How many lands in the deck? 20 lands, 2 of which are a Dryad Arbor. And one of them is a Lumbering Force. If my opponent plays a Baral here, where I'm gonna say that we are deterministically dead, but maybe they just don't have it for whatever reason. Who knows? Yep. And now we draw a million lands. This was the issue last time. I felt like we flooded so super hard. I feel like the deck does play quite a bit of lands, but it's also extremely important for this deck to hit its land drops. So, well, I guess we're not dead somehow. That's kind of sexy. Okay, so we're going to Utopia Sprawl here, naming red. Nice. We drew the legendary one. That's sick. And we're gonna kill this. Pretty sure my opponent did not see Cut to Ribbons coming. Yeah, this is super awkward because I guess my opponent can grape shot this. That's probably fine. But even if we draw an Ascendancy, we can't even cast it because we were forced onto naming red. I mean, I guess we're still missing 2 colors here, so it doesn't really matter. But this is super interesting. Like, we need my opponent to, like, whiff extremely hard for us to win this game. Because we will at least need two more turns in order to win. And even in, I mean, I guess our best draw would be like chaining a couple of auras, and then for the last card to be like a Jeskai Ascendancy or something, and then from there we can probably win, maybe, if we then draw another aura. Doesn't seem particularly, I would not bet for our odds. I don't think we are very likely to win this one. They are just gonna get grape shot our board. Okay, I mean, this is kind of great for us because it gives us more time. Yep. Don't really care about this Arbor dying, and don't really care about this Ram dying because we already have a second one in hand, so not particularly sad about anything that happened there. Okay, so we're going to do this. We're gonna leave the green floating, and this is kind of what we needed actually. I guess Abundant Growth was our best draw. We still kind of whiffed. But now at least we have access to a blue source, which is one of the things that we needed. Alright, so if we draw Ascendancy next turn, we might be onto something. We might be onto something. Rimai-san, esta fue una liga de donación. Hay alguien del chat donó para que juegue esta lista hoy. Ya la jugamos la semana pasada. Después de esto vamos a jugar a AmuLIT. This deck is freaking hilarious. Sí, pero ¿qué es? It's basically a combo deck with like Jeskai, Ascendancy, and Glitter and Wish, and we have like SRAM and Core Spirit Dancer to draw cards whenever we play an aura, and then we try to go off from there. Ascendikon. I mean, let's go, right? So this is green, blue, blue, red. Okay. Green, we're gonna sprawl here. Probably naming also green. And then I think I'm gonna Ascendikon this land. So if we draw an Ascendancy, what happens? I need to have access to white mana, which I can get from here. Ascendikon here. Okay. We're with him pretty hard. Green, white. I wonder if my opponent's gonna have like a wipe away or something. Notably, wipe away does bounce. Wipe away does bounce. Wipe away does bounce lands. That's why I was concerned about wipe away. I guess we play Temple Garden tapped. I don't think I want to expose this. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna play this tapped and just move on to combat. At this point, like, we are not missing on mana. Basically, we're just in need of an Ascendancy or something. So I'd rather not expose the Spirit Dancer so my opponent can Grapeshot me again. I expect end of turn, or okay, I was expecting end of turn. Yeah, okay, nothing happened. Yeah, it's kind of like a Cheerios but with RS. That's kind of the idea, Remisen, yeah. This was a move to 4, by the way. This was a move to 4. Okay, there's the Baral. I mean, we just have 6 here. My opponent can bully me however they want. We just need to get real lucky here. Nothing? Well, I guess. So this is going to tap for... I guess we can tap this one. We have blue, red, and white. So we're gonna do white, and we're gonna leave the blue open. We're going to Ascendikon probably this land. Now we draw 2. We keep drawing lands. Oh my. That's a lot of whiffing. That's a lot of whiffing. I mean, I guess we can swing this turn and we have lethal next turn with this cut to Ribbons. This is hilarious. Yeah, each opponent loses X life, and we have... well, this one can just swing for 2. And there's this one adds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana. Okay, so I can only swing for 8, so my opponent would need to take 1 more damage, because I can only deal 10 next turn. This deck is hilarious. Even when we lose, this deck is just fun. Like the scenarios they present, like the way to think about the deck is just so weird, so unusual. I'll just yield until end step. Alright, do we got lethal or not? I guess they don't have lethal. They can grapeshot me for a bunch though. They're going to probably kill both of my Stram and my Spirit Dancer, and probably my land as well. Okay, there goes the second sleight of hand. Now what? Ugh, they do found the land. So we die to gifts, we die to Manamorphose. I mean, that's probably whiff. I mean, that guarantees that they don't have a gifts. And they probably don't have a... Oof. They kept on top. So I guess we also die to second Grape Shot here. Oh, they can just like double bolt me. Then Grape Shot me. Yeah, that's fine. Alright. Our mult to 4 didn't work out. Our mult to 4 after drawing like a million lands did not work out in the end. So sad. My opponent gives me the aggro GG. Anything I want to change? Yeah, we didn't even see a Glittering Wish, because I could have like Glittering Wish for Slaughter Games, Glittering Wish for Sphinx's Rev. Feel like we had a bunch of solid draws. We just whiffed super hard. Sad. So very sad. I have never actually stopped and thought about the combinations that this deck has. Like, I imagine this deck has a turn 3 kill, right? For example. I assume that if you go like turn 1 Utopia Sprawl, turn 2 Ascendancy, turn 3 Ascendikon into like whatever, you can probably... This hand looks terrible. This one can probably do something. Guess we're putting this one in the bottom. Opponent moves to 5. Yeah, not punished. We're ready. So basically, what I have learned is that Tron is basically unwinnable. It does feel like that matchup is just It's just not okay, right? That we just cannot win that matchup ever. But right now we're playing against Storm, and we're like, my opponent moved to 4 game 1, and now they moved to 5. So maybe we can get there, maybe. Maybe. Uh-huh. We just YOLO here, right? If they have a bolt, they have a bolt. But if we get to a tap with SRAM, that feels like it's our way to win this game. The London Mall is live, yeah. They kept the card on top, so I'm going to assume that this SRAM is not long for this world. Yep, there it is. Ooh, Glittering Wish. What can we wish for? So we get basic forest. We fertile ground on here. And then we green white glittering wish. We can wish for... Can we wish for Slaughter Games? Wishing for Slaughter Games feels hilarious. Is that the play? I guess so. Alright, let's go. This definitely is YOLO the deck. I think had we untapped with SRAM, we had a very real shot. And I think I'm definitely gonna be grape shotting my opponent here. I'm gonna be slaughter gaming my opponent, naming grape shot. So I think I'm gonna hold this for now. So we're gonna tap black, red. We're going to Slaughter Games naming Grape Shot. It's possible that they have emptied the warrants. Ding ding. So we thought system, sweet. Can they win anymore? Well, we can destroy this with... They have a madcap, which they can do next turn. I hadn't seen the Empyrean plan in a long time, actually. So they have only one more Lightning Bolt, 2 Past in Flames. Exiled all the grape shots, right? Yeah. Alright. Play out the Dryad Arbor, pass the turn. If we manage to go off, Empyrean is just not going to be enough, though. It's just a matter of... you did. This is the deck list that you sent me, not punished. But I mean, we can just wear a tear. It's not really a concern. It's just a matter of do we get to go off or not. That's basically the only thing that matters. Okay, so I guess we don't get Empyrean this turn. I guess my opponent can like still land into Ritual into Empyrean. And there they... What did they do? That's exactly what we needed. That's awesome. Alright, let's go. So we're gonna do... white and green, I guess. I mean, it doesn't matter because this is the one that's gonna be casting the Spirit Dancer. Now we're going to Tap Arbor to abundant growth here. They drew the bolt exactly. Wow, that's brutal. At least we got a cantrip from the Spirit Dancer. That is something. We get to cantrip again. Ascendancy. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. So we probably. I guess we want to play this conservatively, and I'm just going to abundance here. So float white, float green, trace of abundance here. Now they cannot kill my Dread Arbor, or they cannot like wipe away it or whatever. And this is going to start netting mana with the Ascendancy, and we can probably figure out a way to win next turn or the following turn. The good thing is that now my opponent's clock is significantly slowed down. Now my opponent's clock is almost non-existent, which is of course great for us, because they don't have... Yeah, so they get an Empyrean in play, which is fine. Like, their last card in hand is gifts. Ha! That's hilarious. Okay, so we're definitely doing this first. So we're doing green and we're doing white, red, and blue. We Ascendancy. Oh, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. Never mind, never mind, never mind. We're fine. Pass the Imperium. Cantrip. And now we pass the turn because we can't cantrip this. Not looking terrible though. Opponent cannot combo kill me. Opponent cannot... they can gifts. That is correct. They only have one Imperium left. So basically all I need to do to win this game is just find an answer to that Imperium, and then my opponent cannot win anymore. Their Lightning Bolt is gone. They do have Past in Flame, so they can flash back the Lightning Bolt for sure. Yeah, we need a wish. I think if we find a wish, we win, because we can wish for the Satyr, dude. Do we care about this? I guess we bin the Pief and we bin the Electromancer. If they drew exactly the oh, damn it, what did they have? They have Revival and Madcap now. Revival and Madcap, yeah. You can Ascendikon here. Can loot My opponent can still like flashback Peef and like kill this guy, so I'm gonna hold the second Ascendikon in hand. Or they can even revival the Lightning Bolt, which is probably what they're going to do. If I were them, I would definitely revival the Lightning Bolt. Yep. So I guess revival kills the bolt kills that, and they can madcap into. But this is kind of what I wanted because it gives me one more card. Because now I can loot this away. Okay, so I know none of their cards. Yeah, that was kind of my plan to have access to this to loot. Okay, something. Definitely not something. How do we win here? Yeah, I think we make the same play we just did. Just send it on this. Because we got one more turn where we are not dead still. Second Ascendancy. Not sure this helps. I guess it does help because it helps me loot twice as fast, but it costs me a card and I don't think I can afford to cost myself a card. So if they swing with everything and I do not block, I take 9, go down to 7, and my opponent can double bolt me with this Past in Flames. I feel like I definitely want this to draw me, though. I think I have one more turn to give. I think I have one more turn to give. And I can always just chump with this. Maybe I should have kept the Ascendancy, actually. Yeah, I definitely didn't expect to find myself in this situation, that's for sure. We take this 8. Well, I guess my opponent can have lethal here, right? No, they can't. I mean, they would need a second Past in Flames in order to be lethal. So we should still be fine. But next turn, we gotta do some chump blocking, and at that point, if we start chump blocking, I don't think we can win anymore. See, my opponent is trying to figure out if there's any way that they can lethal me here. As I was saying, the only way I think they can lethal me is if they manage to draw into a second, like into enough mana and a second Past in Flames. Because they can flashback their revival and just revival a Lightning Bolt, and then bolt me 1, 2, and then a third time with a second Past in Flames. It would require them getting slightly lucky, but it's fine. Also, these cannot tap for blue or red mana, which is hilarious because of the Platinum Empyrean. Nice little combo going on here. Oh, also my opponent cannot cast Noxious Revival. Unless they like Manamorphose into green mana, which I guess they can easily do, but never mind. But that might mess up my opponent's like stuff. Well, is this a combo or is this a combo or a numbo? I'm actually not sure now that I think about it. I guess they just like add the mana and then take no damage. So I think it's actually a combo. Never mind. This becomes like Volk Island. Okay, so they're trying to go for that kill. So I guess they managed to draw a second. I guess they managed to draw a second Past in Flames. Or I guess a second revival also does it. Yeah, I'm gonna be trying that after this league. We're gonna be playing with AmuLIT with the new version that I basically grabbed. This is the list that we're gonna be playing today. I grabbed the open winning list and I basically put one explosives in the main deck. I think that this card is just so good. Like the opportunity cost is just so low that I do believe it's worth it to. Oh, no, that's fine. Okay, my opponent has a deterministic kill here. Never mind. They bolt me. No, okay, they messed it up. They missequenced. They had to bolt me, then bolt, then flashback Past in Flames, and then bolt me again. So I guess they missequenced there. Hashtag not dead. London Mulligan has felt pretty broken for Tron. We just played against Tron turn 1 and it was just busted. Like basically Tron can never whiff anymore, ever. Unless they mull to like 0 or something. Yep, that was a route for my opponent to make a mistake. And we whiff again. This has been a constant of this stream, unfortunately. Can we get there? And drum roll. I guess that's a redraw. I'm holding this driver because this might be my land for turn. I guess this one's gonna add red mana, sure. This one's gonna be my land for. This might be my land for turn because my opponent has. Like I might need to chump this guy, basically. Okay, that's what we needed. So we're gonna discard the basic forest. We're gonna play out the Dry Diver. We're going to play out the SRAM. And we're going to chump the Platinum Empyrean. And then hope we draw any auras. Aura? Alright, so we're gonna have basically access to a lot of mana, and we're gonna have access to true draw steps here. What's going on? I am dumb. I have no legal targets for this. Oh my god, this is hilarious. Alright, so I guess this Radaver is gonna be doing some chomping, because I need this Ram to win. And this Ram is not blocking, so it's gonna be attacking. Oh! Punts! Punts all around. Whoa. This has been... top level plays right here. Top level plays. Top level plays. Okay. This gives us one cantrip, which doesn't really get us anywhere. Yep. Alright. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. Shroud is not hexproof. Shroud is not hexproof. We would have whiffed anyway. We would have whiffed anyway, but still. Shroud, not hexproof. I will be right back. This deck is fun, man. Alright, let's try this again. One thing that I want to point out is the fact that Trace of Abundance has been more of a liability than a than a good thing. It's just extremely awkward to, like, you would think that this is a good way to protect our lands, but the sequencing and this is not the first time that something like this happened. This is the first time that something like this happened and actually cost us the match. But I wonder if there's any other card that has an effect like this and that doesn't give a land shroud. It feels like it's protecting our lands, but in practice it has been more like awkward in terms of our sequencing and like the amount of like this kind of effect that we can put on our lands than it has been like a plus. So I'm trying to figure that out. I want do you guys know if there's any other card that does this? Yeah, not punished was the. If just blame not punished, okay? Blame not punished for this. This is a mulligan, unfortunately. Uh, this is also a mulligan. These hands, man. Okay, I'll keep this. We bottom this. We bottom the breeding pool, I guess. Play this tapped. I think I actually, that was a mistake. I should have bottomed the forest, because I can glitter and wish for Jeskai Ascendancy on 2, and now I'm not gonna be able to cast it. So I should have bottomed the forest. Already just mulliganed, already made a mistake. I already made a mistake on turn 0. So they could have definitely wished for an Ascendancy for turn 2. For turn 3. Also, one thing that I want to say is, like, this is not just random, right? I mean, you guys, when I play AmuLIT, you gotta remember that I've been playing this deck for 4 or 5 years. Like, when I just started playing AmuLIT, it looked pretty much like when I'm right now playing this. That is something, like, in my teaching is the same thing, you know, like some kids, like particularly younger students, you know, you would give them something to learn, something new, and they would, the very first thing that they want to do is like start to do the stuff as quickly as they possibly can, making all those sorts of mistakes, and then they're like, yeah, okay, cool, done, next. I'm like, no, it's not done. You haven't even begun to do what you have to do it. You're just looking, it's very hard, and this is why YouTube and all of this stuff, it's hard when it comes to actually learning something new, you know. When you're looking at that stuff, what you're seeing is the final product. You're not seeing all the time and effort that went into getting to that final product. So it's very easy to be like, yeah, well, this deck sucks, this is terrible, this is unplayable, Francisco is terrible at doing this, next. So it's just practice, you know. This is just the way that we as humans learn. We just learn by just like smashing our face against the wall and just you know, trial and error. That's how it is. So yeah, even though it looks terrible here, this is the way to learn. Okay, so I am fetching for a Stomping Ground here, actually, because I have more chances of finding a blue source to play Ascendancy on 3. So I'm gonna fetch a Stomping Ground and then wish for Ascendancy. Vivian's Arc Bow seems not good enough. I said I was getting Stomping Ground, yeah. It's one of those cards that I expect people to try out and then realize that it's really bad. It's literally not fixing any of the deck's problems. That is the thing. The preview. It's not adding anything, and it's not fixing any of the deck's problems. Serum Visions is fixing one of the deck's problems, which is consistency, finding the lands that you need in the early turns. That is what we need. Once we get to resolve the Titan, like, I mean, Vivian's Bow doesn't do anything. I'd rather cast a Titan than cast an enchantment that allows me to find a Titan. It's just not a thing that I'm interested in. What I'm interested in, though, is in finding enough mana to cast a Titan. So that's where Vivian that's when Serum Visions comes in. I'm gonna place Ram here and pass the turn. What can we wish for? If we find like something, we can probably like wish for trophy, maybe. It doesn't seem great though. My opponent has turn 3 Tron like every single game that we played against Tron this league. And they have turn 3 Karn, which we cannot beat. This is not a hasty concession at all, right? Like because of like the way that my hand works, even if I like they minus in my strand, then I need to tap out for Jeskai Ascendancy, and then they exile my Jeskai Ascendancy, and then I'm at a point where I can't win. So this is not a hasty concession kind of thing. This is just like we literally cannot beat this card. We can spin our wheels for like 1 or 2 turns before we actually die, but we're going to die eventually. Well, Stardust, but that's the same thing. Like in Tron, yes, it gets them Tron lands, but like at that point, they already have Tron, right? So why do they need more Tron lands? It's just not a thing, you know? What I was thinking not punish is Unmoored Ego. I was thinking Armored Ego would be the card. Because we can Ego... If we're on the play, we can Wish on 2 and we can Ego on 3 potentially. The only problem is like if we are playing Ego, we might want to take out 1 basic forest and play a 1 of Overgrown Tomb at least. Because at that point, we're actually very, very interested in finding black mana. So, you know, so we can cast Assassin's Trophy and like all of these are fine because we're I mean, I guess Assassin's Trophy we kind of need an Overgrown Tomb for this. But for like these cards, we're usually casting these ones when we are like already set up and we're doing our stuff. For the ones that we want to cast in like turns 2 and 3, we might not find a Utopia Sprawl or a Fertile Ground, especially if we are using turn 2 to Glittering Wish, then we only have access to Utopia Sprawl. So if we are going that route, then we probably want to switch one of these basic forests for an Overgrown Tomb. That is one of the conclusions that I reached. And again, you know, as I was saying earlier, you guys see like this deck is not a deck yet, right? This is just like not punished brew, and what we're doing right now is we're trying to figure out how the deck works, how the deck fares against opponents, and that's what we're trying. That's what we're doing. We're figuring out, okay, so Tron is a terrible matchup. How do we fix that? Well, the way to fix that would be to like Glittering Wish and then Unmoored Ego on turn 3 to stop Tron. That is definitely a very real thing that we can do. Okay, so what that means is we probably need to have access to a black source in the mana base. And this kind of things, again, when you're looking at AmuLIT, you're looking at a finished product. AmuLIT has been around for a really, really long time already. And this is a keep, by the way. AmuLIT has been around for a long time, but when it was just created, people were saying the same thing that you are saying right now. This deck is just a mess. This makes no sense. What is this pile of crap? And, you know, I guess people stuck with it. And they said, no, I actually think that there's potential in this. And that's when people started you know, finding builds of the deck that worked. Yeah, I know. Snick6, thank you for the follow. Yes, I know that Abundant Growth, yes. I know that this tap for black, I guess Abundant Growth would work. But Utopia Sprawl, I was saying Utopia Sprawl because we are going to need to wish for the Unmoored Ego, and we're going to want to cast it on 3. So if that is if that is what we're going for, then we're going to need to be wishing on 2, because we can't wish on turn 1. And we are going to want to have access to black mana on turn 3. So that's what I was saying. I made it to run 8 with Titan and lost to Blue Black Fairies. Do you have any suggestion to beating that deck? Yes, just play your cards. I think that Blue Black Fairies is a very positive matchup. Unless they aggro you out, you are very, very favored. Like, if you resolve an AmuLIT, they have literally no way of dealing with it. So that is very good. What am I even doing here? This stuff's for green. There we go. For red, I mean, because we have more white sources that we want to try to Ascendancy onto. So if you manage to resolve an amulet, that means that you're probably going to have an amulet for the rest of the game, which is great. And this is actually very interesting here. I think we play the Arbor, and what do we enchant here with Fertile Ground? Probably this. Because we can Ascendikon it next turn if we need to. I guess we can Ascendikon it on the following turn, because next turn we're going to be playing Ascendancy. But yeah, I think that Blue Black Fairies is a very positive matchup, but sometimes you're going to get cheesed out, like, you know, they're gonna go turn 1 Thoughtseize into turn 2 something else, into turn, or like Spell Starter Sprite on 2 and stuff like that. And when that's the case, then it doesn't look pretty, but kinda is what it is. Play Ascendancy. Wait, can we go off here? I guess we can attempt to. Oops, green white. Alright, we're gonna try to go off next turn. Probably dying to turn 3 Karn, but what are you gonna do? Oh yeah, I noticed this whole time that YouTube videos are timestamped, and here I've been skipping around like an idiot. Yep, YouTube videos are definitely timestamped, my friend. Okay. Blue, white. We're gonna Ascendikon here. We always want to stack the Spirit Dancer trigger first. So we draw and then we can like cantrip. We can Ramage, I guess is the loot. Loot is what Ascendancy does. Okay, we can potentially, you see, like right now. Now we can loot and we can discard this irrelevant Ascendancy. Okay, so we do that. Now we can wish, which will give us more mana. So I guess we want to loot. We want to. We're gonna get to untap this. What do we want to loot for? Or what do we want to wish for? I mean. So we have red, black. 1, 2, 3. We can Rakdos's return for 3. Is that good? Doesn't feel particularly good enough. It does feel like I want to discard the SRAM though, because I am short on actual auras. I guess I can fix his rev instead. That seems better. So we can rev for. No, we cannot rev. We're missing 1 blue or 1 red mana. Blue, white, yeah, red, green. Yeah, we're short. So my opponent has Tron on 3. Maybe I can just Astrophy my opponent's Tron land. That seems to be the play. Or Rakdos return. I guess I'm going to Rakdos his return and just put my opponent on a 1-turn clock to try to. Yeah, that seems better. Okay. So we're going to do that. Wheel of Sun and Moon is an aura? Oh, interesting. Haven't thought about that. I think Rakdos' return is better though, right? So we can return for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So return for 3. So we're going to do this, and we're going to add black. Return for the full amount. We're going to leave my opponent with 1 card left. Nice, so this is going to allow us to start going off next turn. And my opponent will probably leave the mine in hand, but that means that they have no threats. Yeah. Okay, so they would need to like exactly top deck a Karn or something. And we are in a reasonable position to go off on the following turn. Alright, so let's go then. Abundant growth here. Draw first. Sweet. Now we loot. And at this point we don't have access to Rakdos' return, but we're gonna just win through damage. We're just gonna 10 my opponent. Hopefully this turn. Alright, so damn. Green, blue, Trace of Abundance here. Wolfman 1776, thank you for that follow. Okay. God damn, we whiffed again. I guess it's still not a whiff. Because we can... This is so janky. We can tap for green, tap for white, tap for another white, I guess. We can Spirit Dancer, path our own Spirit Dancer, cantrip. We whiffed again. 5, 6, 7, 8. It's kind of insane, but here we are. Here we are. Somehow whiffing every single time. If my opponent finds a Nugan here, I'm gonna be very, very upset. Okay, that's fine, because that my land has Shroud, so that's okay. Karn doesn't do it here. Okay, cool. So we're fine then. So we can just... I got almost upset there. Okay, so we are gonna wish for... Okay, sweet. We're gonna wish for Hydroform, and then Hydroform this land, and then kill my opponent. Oh my god. One thing I'm gonna say, every time that we have won has been absurdly sweet. Like no wins have ever been just like given to us. We have had to work so hard for every single one of our wins, and it's been great. This deck is hilarious. Totally hilarious. I think I'm gonna go with the Terra Eternal. Yeah, this is just... Like, they have exactly Ghost Quarter that destroys my lands, everything else exiles, so Terra Eternal just doesn't seem worth it. Oblivion Stone doesn't destroy lands, so... And even Oblivion Stone destroys Terra Eternal, so that's also hilarious. I don't think I want to cyber anything else. We managed to win a match from Tron. A game from Tron. Yikes. let's put... I guess we're gonna put the basic forest in the bottom. Stubby, yes, this is a donation list. This is not my list. I actually did play a little bit of Ascendancy. I think the deck is super sweet. I have been, I don't want to say I've been impressed with it, but I have been not disappointed by it. I think that the deck is better than people give it credit for. Something like this. Yeah, I think this deck is actually very legit. Even like everything is very well thought out. Even like stuff like Scar Scale Ritual, which is it looks like a weird card. Like everything has a purpose. I think the deck is actually very good. Okay, turn 3 Tron again. I have not played a single game where my opponent did not have turn 3 Tron. Do we Wish or do we Spirit Dancer? I think we Spirit Dancer. I mean, it's not gonna matter. My opponent's gonna turn 3 card me and then I'm gonna die, but... yeah, we can concede again. Yeah, I mean... with this Mulligan rule, Tron might be a real problem, actually. After all this time of Tron kind of just like being okay, with this Mulligan rule, Tron might be a problem. Like we played five games against Tron. My opponent had turn 3 Tron every single time. 3 of those 4 times were with with the Karn as well. Telperion Kadu, welcome to the Primetime Stronghold. Thank you very much for that Twitch Prime subscription. Thanks for the support. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm noticing that the leagues with this deck are extremely long as well. No, the Lumbering Falls has not been particularly relevant, and also it has been actually bad. Like in that hand that we mulligan right there, the 7 we were forced to mulligan because our hand was Utopia's Pro and like Abundant Growth with just Lumbering Fall as our only green source. So it feels like entering the battlefield tapped, it's a very real cost when we already have 2 Dryad Arbors, and also not being a forest is a very real cost as well. So actually, I take it back. I think that we should change Lumbering Falls for we should exchange Lumbering Falls for the green black one. Yeah, for Overgrowth Tomb. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. This hand looks bad, I want to say. We have 5 lands in our opener and we still don't have all of our colors, which is pretty brutal. I think this is way better, okay? And we can bottom Misty, I guess. Yikes, we're playing against black-green. There's a weird consideration. If we added more stomping grounds, we could get our path to exile in Chains with Rocks. That is actually a very real consideration. Unfortunately, I just don't think that it's gonna be relevant enough of the time. Right? I don't think we're gonna be reliably... like, we cannot path the Baral on turn 1, and for example, or on like turn 2, unless we go like exactly stomping ground into path, into like Chain to the Rocks. So I just don't think it's gonna be relevant enough. And when you need your removal spell to do stuff, you need it to do it like now. You don't want to be messing around. Abzan. What do we do here? I feel like we want to, like, Trace of Abundance this land. Because I don't want to get, like... I don't want to get my ramp destroyed or anything. I mean, we can Ascendancy next turn. If we draw another Spirit Dancer, we're in a great spot. My opponent cannot Liliana, so that's cool. I do have a clock though. Okay, that's an Ascendancy. So blue, red, Ascendancy. And we're gonna Abundant Growth here. Draw, that's a solid one. Okay, sweet. And we don't play out the land because next turn I want to probably be looting this away. We're most likely not winning next turn, but maybe on the following one if they don't answer my Ascendancy. Inquisition. Shit. Bye bye SRAM. Yeah, maybe not punished. If it were something like a prismatic omen effect, maybe, but it is not, so I don't think that we can afford to play Chain to the Rocks, just like the mana base doesn't allow for it. There's Ascendikon. What if we just go kind of like all in and we just wish for... I feel like I'm going to discard Ascendikon here. So my opponent's going to swing for 3, 4, 5, potentially 6, 7. This turn, going down to 10. I can like make my land drops, make some mana, and then try to Sphinx's Rev. It seems like my best bet, right? I don't think I'm beating... I don't feel like I'm beating stuff out of my opponent at this point. And I'm not gonna cantrip here because I'm gonna play out this land and just like hope that this Sphinx's Rev resolves on the following turn, which I'm not particularly hopeful of. Like Liliana gets me, Thoughtseize, of course, Inquisition, another Eternal Witness gets me. There's a lot of cards that just I can't beat. But yeah, my opponent having access to like that Inquisition on that key turn might have ended up being a little bit too much. No Liliana, please, because I cannot beat a Liliana. Even a Tarmogoyf I can probably win, I can probably beat because the Sphinx's Rev is going to gain me some life. So this is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So this is going to be a Rev for 3. If it gets... Oh yeah, this we can just concede to this. Unless we draw exactly Sphinx's Rev in this turn. So I guess we still have one out. We need to draw a Sphinx's Revelation exactly on this turn. Take 6 here. Yeah, that's not a Sphinx's Rev. We technically do have one more turn, 4, 5, 6. I mean, I guess we try it. Of course, I'm not cantripping because it's possible that I'm not looting because it's possible that I could just like actually draw this Sphinx's Rev, and that would put me in a very bad position, of course. At this point, I don't think Sphinx's Rev even does it anymore, because now my opponent's luck is just too much. I mean, I get to look at whatever they are casting here. My opponent is playing this card, whatever. And I love that they were playing the combo, right? Like, they were super excited that they got to, like, Fall of the Thran plus Nihil spell on me. Like, yeah, I got you, man. One-sided Armageddon. That's hilarious. Okay, Terra Eternal seems like it's for this matchup specifically, almost. And that's about it. So we probably want this, guys. Maybe not this. Maybe we can shave on the paths. Let's go. That was, out of all the deaths that I've had today, that was by far my favorite. Especially because my opponent is playing like a card that's not good, like in limited. An unplayable card in every single format. Whoops. Well, I definitely didn't want to be on the draw, but I guess I misclicked. That was my bad. I apologize for that one. We have killed people with Hydroform. Yeah. I guess that, speaking of unplayable cards, is sure. But I mean, Foothills. Ha! They have main deck Bog to combo with the Fall of the Thran. That's so cute. My opponent is very, very, very cute. So I think I'm going to be playing Trace of Abundance on 2. And I think I'm gonna play it on this Temple Garden that I'm gonna fetch right now. I'm playing around Fulminator Mage by doing this, by the way, if you guys are wondering. Trace of Abundance here. Next turn we get to like Spirit Dancer into like Fertile Ground or whatever. My opponent's really wants to ramp into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, they might get me next turn actually. So I guess I want to have an Ascendancy out. So even if they like LD my everything, I at least get to have my namesake. What's up, Rydell? Welcome to the stream. Please give me a Terra Eternal off the top. Terra Eternal off the top. Give it to me. Okay, what do we wish for here? Do I dare? Do I dare? Do I next level my opponent with a Wheel of Sun and Moon? If you don't want lands, we won't have lands, opponent. I could do Merciless Eviction. I could do Snap Cryptic. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I mean, I guess I could also do the correct play, which would be kind of like getting Ascendancy and moving on with my life. But we have access to the sweet play, though. I'm also kind of interested in destroying this Coalition Relic, too. I guess we can Wear Tear. My opponent is stuck on mana, like, pretty hard. Or we could get Satyr Enchanter. I think I'm gonna go for the Wear Tear, though. I have to be careful, though, because Wear costs red. So I want to do green, white, floating red, Glitter and Wish, and we're gonna get Wear Tear. And then we're going to tear. No, I guess it's Wear. Wear the Coalition Relic. My opponent doesn't have access to green mana over there. This is what is like enticing me to do this. Rydell 1001, appreciate the follow. Thank you for that follow. So at this point, I don't think I'm playing around Liliana, right? My opponent's just playing kind of a junk deck over there. That is sexy. I guess I should have floated white. That was my bad. I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I'm expecting some kind of removal here. That's why I didn't Fertile Ground this right here. I guess we pass the turn again. Shambling Vent serves. You got it. My opponent is getting very close to the hard cast Fall of the Thran. How can we ever beat that? Oh, because they can get back the Bojuka Bog, and that's how they do. Oh, that's really cute. Oh my god, please. Please don't let me die to the Shambling Vent. Please don't let me die to the Shambling Vent. Well, I am getting grossly flooded here in my 20 land deck, so I know that it might look like weird or something, but I still feel like it's probably better for us to get the land off the path. Like we already have like, I mean, we're not that scared of the fall of the Thran, I guess. Oh, please GQ me. Please GQ me right now. Okay, so I can go get... I can go with Ascendancy. Or I can now go get what's his name? So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I could Ascendancy for 5, I guess. Seems solid-ish. Yeah, let's go get Sphinx's Rev. Winter Freaky, thank you very much for that Twitch Prime subscription. Thank you for the continued support. Welcome back to the Primetime Stronghold. Yeah, I think you're fine. I think that the amount of lands is fine. We've just been like we've just been getting pretty crazy flooded. It has been pretty absurd, honestly. That's a Bujuku bog. Okay. Got me. Okay. No fall of the Thran, at least. My opponent's deck is something else, huh? So I think I'm going to try to basically do everything in the same turn, right here. This is Brutality. Brutality would force the action, for sure. They showed us Tracker and they showed us Eternal Witness, so I guess that is their thing that they're doing with the green mana. I guess they do have Assassin's Trophy. Okay. We can't fetch Shock anymore, which is kind of annoying, but that's fine. So, blue, white, and draw as many as we can. EOT rep for 5 like it's standard back in the day. Okay, so they for sure have a removal spell for this Spirit Dancer, so that's gonna make me sad. I'm gonna target this forest. There comes the removal spell. That's fine. We draw Abundant Growth. Yes. I guess we're gonna play this out because we're gonna fetch for Dryad Arbor. And we are going to do this, and we're gonna play Terra Eternal. One, two, three, four. So we can activate Lumbering Falls to block one of them, and then we can block with Dryad Arbor as well. So we have 2 blockers now. This hopefully buys us some amount of time. This game has been hilarious. Yeah, we can't get Fall of the Thran anymore. Hopefully, thankfully we have access to Terra Eternal, our trump card in the Fall of the Thran matchup, you know. You want to be prepared for the Fall of the Thran matchup, you know. You don't want to be caught with your pants down. And we got the fun. Oh yeah. Yep. We got it going on over here. We got it going on, that's for sure. My opponent can also go squatter themselves and not draw a land if they want to get tracker triggers, which is kind of awesome. Funny thing is, Lumbering Falls cannot kill Shambling Bent, which makes me sad. Well, I guess I can still like Path to Exile my dudes or whatever. Ewit. Okay, Ewit for what? For like Thoughtseize or something? The fact that I did not just win last turn has to tell my opponent that, you know, this is not good, you know? Like, my hand is like, okay, so they get the trophy, so they're gonna destroy the Terra Eternal, which is really sad. Yep, on board. Like, face-up tricks are the best kind of tricks. They don't have green mana, this is hilarious. And my opponent did not see the line to, like, go squat on themselves to go get it. That is so funny to me. So this can only exile, like, Utopia's Pearl, I guess. Exile to 2 targets, sure. My opponent is all in on the whole exile plan. Wow, this second Terra Eternal? Sure. It's abundant growth here for sure. And let's try Jeskai Ascendancy. Or just more blank pieces of cardboard, that's also fine. None of these draw cards, so we're just going to ship the turn. We get a second indestructible dude though, so that's that. That's kind of cool, right? Oh my god, this game. Oh my god, this game. Oh my god, this game. If your goal is to get sweet games of Magic, this deck certainly delivers. I will say that. Okay. I guess that's a way to play around Terra Eternal. Give fetch for a second one though. Sure, you gain 2. This is -5, right? Yeah, so we probably get a serve next turn. So we kind of have to win next turn. So we need to draw like a Core Spirit Dancer or a SRAM or something like that. Ooh, nice. My opponent not playing around the second Dry Diver. Come on, OP. You're better than this. Not playing around the second Dry Diver and the Lumbering Falls. Wow, Kaya 15s me next turn. This is kind of impressive, actually. That part is kind of cool. What do you mean that we have to win by Hydroform? If we go off, we're going to win, right? We can just like Rakdos's return their face. So we're fine. We just need to find a way to go off, though. And that's not gonna be it. Wow. My opponent just discarded and killed every single one of my relevant cards. Even though we revved for 5, we just did not get there. We just drew a bunch of auras and nothing to do with them. They killed and discarded 2 on 2. And they also destroyed 1 Ascendancy. We only wished once. I mean, we're gonna die to Kaya ult. Yep. We just die to Kaya ultimate. Because I can swing with both, but then they just attack me with both trackers, so... Yep. This makes me sad, like Oh man. Of course. Of course, immediately after. If we had access to one more turn, I think we win the game. But... Oh well. The 05 dream is still alive. The 05 dream. To have more unplayable cards get involved. I mean, to be fair, my opponent's deck was terrible, but it was kind of cute. Like what they were doing over there was kind of like, okay, so this is the cool part of the friendly leagues, when you get to see people that are brewing, and they are kind of like, you know, coming onto some like finding some like wacky and unplayable combo, but they try to like brew a deck that they can hopefully, you know, just like steal a game or a match here and there and just have a lot of fun. That's great. Now playing Tron in the friendly queue is just like, what are you doing here, dude? Like, just go to the competitive queues. Just actually make some money. In match 1 we just got Karn. It was just like, I guess we didn't get Karn. We got O-stoned, and then we got Ugin. So it's even worse than getting Karned. I guess we keep, and we are extremely greedy, but we're not playing this deck to Mulligan hard hands like this. Turn 1 Arbor, turn 2 Serum, turn 3 hope we do stuff. Granted, our hand doesn't do much, but... Okay, we're playing against a deck that doesn't have much interaction, so... we might be able to do some stuff here. Yeah, we didn't come here to not be greedy. We didn't submit this 75 to not be extremely greedy. That part is clear. Love it. We're playing the pseudo mirror. Yep, we definitely are. Except my opponent is playing the superior version of this deck, so that makes me sad. If we draw any land, we should be in a solid spot though. Yeah, we definitely needed a land there so we could cut to ribbons these birds, but I think we're going to die here. We cannot, unfortunately, glitter and wish for gut shots, so that is out of the question, unfortunately. I guess, right? But now we are, you know, we're stuck, so we can't play anything. Maybe my opponent whiffs. Maybe. This is amazing. Yeah, stupid opponent playing the real version of this deck instead of the good one, you know? Look at this sweet stuff we got going on, and my opponent playing like with good cards and stuff. Ha! Opponent doesn't know how to have fun. They did visions there, though. Holy crap. So you're saying there's a way. I think I'm getting stomping ground here. Land, maybe? If we draw a line, we could get to do stuff. Right here, I think we're going to cut ribbons, and then we're gonna glitter and wish. I guess we can Spirit Dancer too. Or actually, I like cut to I like wishing here, and we're gonna wish for Wheel of Sun and Moon so we get the wheels turning. We would have liked to find or we can just go get Wear Tear so we have an answer to Ascendancy. That seems pretty good. Or we can Slaughter Games. Slaughter Games then for Jeskai Ascendancy. Yeah, that seems like the best way to go about this. So my opponent has this turn to find the land or they lose. No, we slaughter for Ascendancy. My opponent already showed me that they wish for Ascendancy, so I'm expecting one of the Ascendancies is in their hand, and all the other ones should be in the deck. So yeah, my opponent is desperately looking for a land here because they need to play this Ascendancy out here, and if they do, we can wish again for Wear Tear. Yep, and this is even gonna cost them a land, which is hilarious. Oh, they can't cast it. Whoa, they cannot cast it. This is great. Yeah, we just get to wish for Ascendancy. Yep. Slaughter Games target you. Unless they have misdirection, we should be in a good spot. Teehee. My opponent has main deck silences. Main deck explosives. Why did my opponent's hand just disappear and I can't see it anymore? I would like to see my opponent's hand. I didn't get to see my opponent's hand. I guess their hand just like vanished. They did have a silence though, which is good to know about. Banishing Knack. Alright, let's see what this card does. Until an alternate target creature gains tap. Oh, Moto, come on. Let me see what. Ugh. Tap, return target non-permanent to its owner's hand. Okay, so it's the same thing as like the other card that they used to do in Standard. Nagging Thoughts, kind of pretty sweet. They get Carroted. Oh, Retraction Helix. Okay, so this is basically the same card, except it has different names. Double Explosives is very interesting in the main deck. I wonder if this is just like answer to Meddling Mage, because my opponent's deck cannot be the Meddling Mage. They have two silences in the main. Yeah, abundant growth on a Gems of Mine is just a combo. Yep. So same reason why the Gems of Mine doesn't get sacrificed when you have like a Urborg in play, and you can just like tap it for black using the Urborg ability. It's the same thing. Or even Prismatic Omen, same thing. Okay, so we have proved successfully that we're playing the superior Ascendancy deck. That part is clear. Now, how do we want to sideboard? Do we want to sideboard? I feel like I kind of want Fire Spout in the main over this. No, I guess that we can. Maybe on the draw we bring it in, and on the play we leave it out. I kind of don't want the paths, to be honest. Maybe on the draw, because we're just not gonna get the time to like to fire spout them. Trophy in? Trophy seems better. I guess trophy is worse than path, yeah. Alright, we're gonna bring that back in afterwards. Do we keep this? They kept 7. I feel like we get a mulligan here. This one seems better. And we're gonna bottom the Dryad Arbor. This would be much better if this were Utopia Sprawl over Abundant Growth. Okay, so they got the birds. Okay. Well, I can't cast any of these guys, so better get this going. The extremely rare scenario where we can actually wish for Fire Spout and we can't. Brutal. Brutal. Totally brutal. They get to pick. What is the point of the tension sphere if we're not wishing for it? Just have a card that we can interact with. Basically, our experience the first time we played. Yeah, exactly. The first time that we played the deck on stream, what we found was that we could not beat Thing in the Ice and we could not beat Meddling Mage. So basically, this is a way to play around those cards. So we can make green, blue. Well, I guess I want to hold this though before I play this out. So we're gonna do blue, white, and 1. We're going to the tension sphere, the birds. My opponent's struggling on mana a little bit. We're gonna try to see if we manage to benefit from that. I could have also played Trace of Abundance there, but if we did, then I want to have nothing to draw cards with. So, and here, if they go for it, we're just going to Glitter and Wish for Wear Tear. If they just play out the Ascendancy, they don't. Okay. So I'm accepting my opponent wants to like, yeah, do everything in one turn. So this is 1/2 mana, this is 1/2 mana, so I have access to 4 mana. So imagine we cannot beat Silence, but that is fine. We cannot wear though, so yeah, we're short on white mana, so we cannot even like wear here. It's kind of brutal. So my opponent's gonna get to go off next turn. My opponent's gonna get to go off next turn. If we untap, we're probably in a solid spot, but we're probably dying here. Alright. If you guys give me a second, Alright, I will need to go. I'm gonna F6 here, and I'm going to. My wife got like a package from Amazon or something that needs me to go pick up. So why is F6? Yeah, there we go. Okay, I will be right back. Sorry about this. All right, that wasn't that didn't take as long as I expected. This is just deterministic at this point, kind of, right? My opponent makes like infinite mana, they just kill me or whatever. This seems fair to concede to. How do we? I'm going to assume that this is just my opponent's got it here. Okay. So I guess we want to leave the fire spout out. We want to bring the trophy in. And this is why I didn't like, because of Caryatid, Path seems a little bit lackluster. Okay, let's try this again. Also, Sphinx's Rev seems like it's never going to do anything. Yeah, this is already a mulligan due to this. So we can SRAM on 2, Trace of Abundance on 3. Seems super slow. I don't think we can win with that. I think I'm going to mulligan. What do you think, Not Punished? Definitely feels like a mulligan because of like the deck that we're playing against. But if you say that this is a keep, I'm going to believe you. Also, the fact that this doesn't have any interaction is pretty bad. But yeah, just like the Sphinx's Rev seems terrible in the opener. Alright, let's be fatalistic. We're gonna play this the not punished way, okay? I think we bring pull on 1 and we like Trace of I guess we SRAM on 2 and Trace of Abundance on 3. Yikes, my opponent. They're doing some cantripping. Okay, that's not a terrible draw. So now we're gonna get Temple Garden, play SRAM, pass it turn. We got the Ascendikon lurking in there. The Ascendikon. You're gonna get Ascendikon though, P. Alright, that's not a bad draw at all, actually. Because now we can... Yeah, okay. Let's do this. So we're gonna do white, green, and we're gonna Trace of Abundance here. And we could Trace of Abundance again, or we can hold up Trophy, which I think is what I'm going to do. This is a free attack, so might as well go for it. We didn't come here to make game-winning decisions. You see? 2 free damage. Just like nobody's business. Look at that. That's a peak. Jig is up. Jig is up. jig is up now. Glittering Wish for Ascendancy. Do I trophy here anyway? I don't think I do. I just hold this up. Well, we can wish for Ascendancy ourselves here. Let's start here. Let's draw a couple of cards. Let's see if we can find another land. We found a fertile ground. We're gonna do green. We're gonna fertile ground here. Now we do draw land. Oh, this is nice here. Okay, so we're gonna get to white and green. We abundance here, so we're still holding up Assassin's Trophy. And next turn we can wish and Ascendikon. Oops, I missed 2 damage. Sorry. Next turn we can wish and Ascendikon the same turn. So we would wish for Ascendancy, play the Ascendancy, play the Ascendikon, and then hopefully have enough to go off from there. I guess we would Ascendikon this land, so we would wish for Ascendancy, play Ascendancy and Ascendikon here. And we might be able to get there. We're going to green, black, trophy here. We might actually be able to do something here. Peek, be confused, draw a card. Lots of bottoming from my opponent. Okay, they do tap out. Are we going to get there? Okay, so let's tap this one first. Green, white. Then we're going to do blue, red, white for the Ascendancy. Yes. We get Jeskai Ascendancy. White, blue, and red. Play out the Ascendancy. Float blue, white, I guess. We're going to Ascendikon this land. Give me an aura. Please give me an aura here. Yes! Okay. We can get there. We can get there. Alright. So we have white mana floating. So we play out the basic forest. We abundant growth here. Nice. Draw another card. Now we're gonna get to green, white, Trace of Abundance here. Yes. Draw again. Loot. Untap. Now this land makes even more mana than before. Now we can do... okay, so mana is no longer the bottleneck now. I don't think. So it's gonna be a matter of knowing what to do. Okay, so we're gonna wish for what? We can wish for Fire Spout, which would be hilarious. Yeah, let's wish for Fire Spout. Just for some BM value. just for some BM value. Yeah, okay, so we wish. We loot. Sweet. Okay, so at this point we can't whiff anymore. Yes. We even have Sphinx's Rev in hand, so it's just. I guess we can just get Hydroform and just like go off even harder and just kill them even quicker. Yeah, so let's do that instead, I guess. So Hydroform. Then we're going to green, blue, white. Hydroform on this land. Not cantrip. Nope. But we do get that. They untap. Tap for white, blue, black. Yeah, at this point, this is just over. Oh, this one is... Oh my god. Whoops. My opponent, I guess, got it. And yes, we definitely hydroformed the land with Summon in Sickness. That is exactly what happened. Wow, lots of things to take into account with this deck, I guess. Alright, we did a little bit worse than last time. Last time we only went 2-3, so we had one more match win. But the deck was just as sweet as last time. Okay, so new thoughts and new things that happened. First of all, Unmoored Ego feels like it's kind of a necessary evil, probably over Slaughter Games. Mostly because of how much better it is against Tron. Slaughter Games is better against Ad Nauseam, but Unmoored Ego seems better against Tron. So that feels like an easy swap. At that point, I don't want to be playing Lumbering Falls anymore, and I want to be playing Overgrown Tomb. Because we need to like wish for Ego on 2 and then cast it on 3. If we want to be, if we want to have a chance against Tron. We did not get us murdered by Tron last time. How was Cut? Cut was actually pretty good. We got to like kill the Boral in a relevant scenario. Maybe it is better than Path. The beautiful thing about Path is that we're already playing like a bunch of white sources. So being able to Path like a Medley Mage or stuff like that reliably feels better. And the Attention Sphere seems alright, honestly. It feels like it's just a fine card. But yeah, it's just weird. Like, I just really wish we had more auras in the deck. Because that feels like it's the bottleneck sometimes. Like, I wish that we could play, like, maybe 2 more auras. Because our struggle has been drawing too many lands. That has been one of our struggles. And drawing like too many of these dudes without enough of this, or vice versa. So maybe we could like take one Path out and the one of Rev for like 2 more auras. Is there any other auras that are like even remotely playable that we could play? If we make more land Stomping Grounds, we can run Chain to the Rocks instead of Path. Yeah, but as I was saying, even if you're running, like, let's say that we're running 3 Stomping Grounds, which would already make our mana base hideous, right? Because we are way more concerned about making blue mana and mostly like green and white mana, right? These are like our main cards. White is definitely our main color. So Temple Garden is definitely our main card. And even with like 3 of this, you would A, be forced to fetch them early because you want to use your removal spells, right? So you would be forced to fetch them early, and we would even at most have access to like what? 9 sources? 9 mountains? 9 stomping grounds? It just feels bad. Any sweet enchant players? Oh my god. Why is Allurin here? Oh, yeah, this is definitely not going to work out the way I want it to. Curse of Death's Hold. Wow, why do I have a dystopia? What is this card? Wow. This is a crazy card. Sacrifice green or white permanent. That's pretty sick. Search for aura. Okay. Boon Satyr. All right, I'm interesting. I'm interested. Ooh, what if the removal spell is pacifism? Oh no, it doesn't work because we want to actually get them out of the, because the cards that we are concerned about are Thing in the Ice and Meddling Mage. So yeah, we want those cards to not be in play. Yeah, so I guess if it were some kind of aura removal, would need to be chained to the rocks. Because then we could do stuff like this, for example. Overgrowth. Yeah, too much. Overgrowth seems like too much, unfortunately. Maybe you can play one Overgrowth, and that already seems very, very greedy. Even just one seems like too much. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, sweet. Okay, that was a sweet stream. I kind of really want to try out AmuLIT though, so I am really interested in seeing how it fares with how it's already live for over 2.5 hours. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to stream AmuLIT. I don't think. All right, screw it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I might not finish the league, but I want to try out this list. Okay, so it's basically the open winning list, and I switched one Serum Visions for a main deck explosives, and then the spot that opened up in the sideboard, I basically just added one Excavator. Nothing too crazy, but I just feel like having access to explosives in the main is just very important. Oh, we're playing against Gul'Dok Act. Oh, Nylia's Presence, I guess. Does Nylia's Presence ramp as well? Nylia's Presence. No, it doesn't. Maybe just as a one-off is fine. I think I'm gonna mulligan this. I think I'm gonna mulligan this. This hand looks great. Keep. We want. I guess we don't want this, and we don't want. Steerings or Serum Visions. I kind of would like both. I think I'm gonna bottom the visions. 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 The Playing against Shadow. Yeah, okay, so we're dead. We are super mega dead. Here, I actually do believe there's a very strong argument for casting the steerings. In fact, I think that's what I'm going to do. And I could have gotten Bog there, but my opponent's going to get to Angular this turn, so we're not going to get to... Well, never mind. I guess my opponent doesn't have anything. I guess they're going to get to kill this. That's fine, though. There's the Angler. So I guess that they were just missing that. That's hilarious. Okay, so if they don't have Stub or something, we get to win next turn. Hopefully they tap out for whatever. Tap out for a Jace. That would be nice. Tap out for an irrelevant card and then they just swing for a lot with a prime time. Just kind of send it Titan. Oh yeah, so it, stream title needs to be updated. London Mulligan Amulet. So what was I gonna say? Do you feel like only 5 packs main is enough with the high minds main? I think it's a fine number. It could be worse. Or we can just like naturally draw the Azusa. That also works. Mul to 5? No problem. Oh, we don't even have packs to pay for. This is just great. I do think... wait, do we attack here? Actually, we might not attack here. On next turn. So, because I don't want to grow my opponent's shadows. Yeah. We already have a pact. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna get semi-growth here. Yeah. Okay. So we're just going to transmute for Pact of Negation, maybe? I doubt my opponent has any answers to this prime time though. On next turn we're going to swing with double strike so we can make it lethal in one attack. What I didn't want was for my opponent to like be able to play a big shadow because I swing for 8 and they just take it and it's not lethal and then they drop a big shadow next turn. And if my opponent doesn't do anything like very good here, then I can simply shadow them again. I can tighten them again. So I think it is correct to not attack there. Bubble is fine. If they serve with Angler, I don't block. Does the London Mulligan make us more interested in trying to turn 2 kill? No, it doesn't really. The turn 2 kill is just like even it's always very unlikely. It's just not worth pursuing, honestly. It's just a nice to have kind of thing rather than like what we want to focus our deck around. Snap no blocks here. If they want to TVR, that means that they are dead. I'm feeling pretty confident about our position right now. It definitely was quite a strong multi 5. It's a fatal push, which I don't care about. Summoner's Pact. What do you got? What do you got? I think we stop this. If this resolve and they stop again, that taps them out, and that means that I can just like swing for lethal because they need to fetch in order to stop here. So even if they stop here, I just attack. My opponent has no blockers. I get Sun Home plus Boros and kill them. So this is just like deterministically lethal for us. Okay, Shadow. We definitely want this. We don't want this. Don't want this. Definitely want Hornet Queen. Definitely want Colossus and Tracker. They're not going after a land, so we take out one basic forest. We take out scouts. And that's it. If we suspect they have Liliana of the Veil, we might bring in Baloth, but it's not good enough otherwise. Unless you know unless you're 100% that your opponent is playing Liliana of the Veil, which is not a guarantee. But it's just too much of a liability. It just doesn't do enough. Such a weird attack from our opponent. It is, but on the other hand, our opponent was like so far behind that it makes sense that they wanted to like force me into making a mistake, which might have been to like block with their prime time, and then they can dismember it or whatever. Like that is how I feel like that is how my opponent wins that game, because they're like so grossly far behind. So have you played against more wild combo decks than usual today, or has it been normal leagues? We played against Tron twice in one league, so that's something that happened. Malcolm, an evening friend deck. Is the purge just a concession? Good evening, Malcolm. Is the purge just a concession to not going all in on Path or getting got by Meddling Mage? Well, Path doesn't. Purge doesn't kill Meddling Mage, so so that should probably answer your question right there. Purge answers Blood Moon, which Path does not. So that is your answer, Sean. So if my opponent goes turn 1 Inquisition, take my visions, this hand doesn't do anything, but it's, I mean, this is probably a keep anyway. Yeah, it's weird that you actually need to read chat, because my opponent moved to 6, but it was still showing 7 even there. So the only way to figure out whether your opponent's Mulligan or not is to actually read the chat, which is kind of a weird thing. No discard spell, please. Sad. They're probably going to take the Chameleon Colossus. Yep. It's not bad, and that's not bad either, so let's do a little top action. They're gonna Angler here. No, they're gonna Thoughtseize again. Well, we drew a second Titan, so they're probably gonna take my Serum Visions here. Thoughtseize into Angler is pretty good for them here. Yep. No, Shadow. That's probably even worse. So we Amulet here. And we're gonna Serum Visions. Solid. It's gonna cost us our Amulet, but it's fine. Do we want Tracker? I think we do want Tracker, actually. If my opponent has a stop, though, well, they might actually have lethal here, maybe. That's a swing for 8. Is this an angler? That's what it feels like. I know I bought him the steerings. I didn't want the steerings. I'm trying to draw Azusa. I already have a lance. Jace brings Prodigy. I mean, this is going to suck, but we are gonna need to kill this shadow. It's gonna cost me my amulet, but I'm okay with that. It gives me the most time. And now my opponent's stubs are not live. Their Thoughtseize are though. So I would expect to get my Tireless Tracker Thoughtseized here. JVP is... it's pretty good in this shadow deck. I will say that. What is this? Viklik? I was definitely not expecting Viklik, that's for sure. Oh, did I say top? Okay, so never mind. It was me saying stuff that I didn't mean. Not pathing this right away, because we might be interested in pathing my Azusa here. Unless my opponent just like minuses this Jace. Let's see what they do here. Snapcasterino. Thoughtseize. And now if we had a freaking Baloth in the deck, I would be so happy. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Yeah, Click is not a card that I was expecting. Should I path here? I think I'm gonna path my own Azusa here. Because I wanna, if I draw it prime time here, I wanna be able to cast it. And now I'm gonna play around K command. I already have prime time mana. This is -8, -9. Okay, cool. So we got a couple of turns still. It's gonna make me sad if my opponent has exactly Star Wars Denial. If they have exactly Stub, it's gonna be bad, of course, because oh, they just have a shadow, so I can't possibly win then. Cool. It's even more painful because this would have bought me one more turn, but yeah. My opponent just did that shadow things, and I died. Let's just run it back. I guess I should have played it because I should have played the Sanctum because of Hornet Queen. Yeah, so that was a mistake for sure. I actually should have played the Botanical Sanctum. I forgot that I brought in the Hornet Queen. Weird. Okay, let's try this again. Nope, that was game 2. We already sideboarded. If you want to see the deck list, wow. This hand is super freaking close. I think I'm going to Mulligan, but thanks for reminding me to update this stream decker. 04, 10, 2019. Stream Decker, upload. white serum. This one. Yep, this is the one. Alright, there we go. My bad, I forgot to update the stream decker. How do we feel about this hand? We got turn 1 Amulet. We're basically missing a bounce land. But we got some like reasonable interaction. I think it's a keep. I think it's definitely debatable. It could be a mulligan, but I am not the biggest fan of mulliganing against Death Shadow. I do feel like we do play out the Amulet though, because it's gonna be one of the ways that we win. You don't see the Celestial Purge? How many times did you get Blood Moon in the past week, Mamwa? How many times did you play against Death Shadow? How many times did you play against Liliana of the Veil? That's what Celestial Purge is there for. I think... How's the Mulligan so far? Well, we played one league of Jeskai Ascendikon, which we went 1-4 in. We played against Tron a whole lot, and Tron looked completely busted. Like, we played 5 games total against Tron because we somehow stole one, and we played against turn 3 Tron on all 5 games. 2 of those followed up by Karn, of course, and then we also played against a junk deck, so that one doesn't really count because it was a friendly league. And then I cannot remember what the other thing we lost to, and then we lost to the pseudo mirror, but my opponent was playing like the real version of Jeskai Ascendancy, and we beat them anyway. It was great. They never saw the Glitter and Wish for Slaughter Pact. It was sweet. There's a Thoughtseize. Our best draw, bar none, is Purge Good Taste, says my opponent. Yeah, that was one thing that I was thinking, Malcolm, man. If Tron is gonna be as all over the place as it is, we might need to go back to GQ, and I think I'm going to go back to GQ if I'm not playing Hive Mind. If we are playing Hive Mind, that card is just so good against Tron that I feel like okay with not playing Ghost Quarter. But if we are not playing Hive Mind, then I think that we for sure will need to go back to playing what's his name. Okay, so here we have our first decision. Do we try to stop an Angler or do we reset a Gemstone Mine? I think that a potential to stop Angler is going to be more relevant, particularly because of Snapcaster and JVP. So this Thoughtseize has extra value than it used to have. Okay, I mean, we're playing a slow game and we're making land drops, so this is not bad for us. This is probably my opponent's Snapcaster Thoughtseize or something. Or maybe not. That's a shadow. Start here. Pass a turn. So now we have the resolve, so whenever we want to deal with this, we're going to be able to, so we don't mind about that. And then, which we're going to probably be doing here at EOT. And we're probably going to be doing that with the Celestial Purge, actually. So I guess our best draw would be Cavern of Souls. I think that if we draw Cavern of Souls, we just win. Purge that one. My opponent for sure lets this resolve. That is very interesting. Now, do we crack? I think we do crack here. Yeah, I know I can't Titan, but I'm thinking that my opponent might have either Stub or they either have a second Stubborn Denial or they have Disdainful Stroke. So I don't think I'm going to be pacting for Titan anyway. I think I'm going to be pacting for Chameleon Colossus. And if I'm going to be pacting for Colossus, then it's better for me to crack right now because it means that Stub doesn't stop me. So I think I'm going to crack. It is very counterintuitive, right? It doesn't feel like this is what I should be doing. But I'm going to do it here. Super weird play there. I think I made a mistake right there, though. Yeah, I definitely made a mistake there because... Definitely made a mistake there because I definitely would have wanted to... Yeah, this Disdainful Stroke is going to attack this. I guess I should have gotten Tireless Tracker. That was dumb. Yikes. Yeah, I'm gonna die now. If I was playing around this Disdainful Stroke, I should have gotten Tracker. Yeah, that was so bad. I was just... Ugh. That was just a bad play. Ugh. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Thoughtseize. It is a Thoughtseize. Bye bye, Yasusa. My opponent might have maybe one more angler in their hand that they are just like not able to get rid of. Okay, they're gonna be able to cast it here. And it's going to be problematic. Nope, no angler. Alright, don't shadow me, bro. Actually, I'm gonna cast the Steerings off of this one because if I find the T-West, I can transmute it immediately. Hashtag good at this game. Okay, so thoughts now. I don't think I play around second stroke. They already used one. Chances that they have a second one are very, very small. I don't have Colossus anymore. Do I get Tracker now? I don't think my opponent is on... Yeah, I do have cover now. Yeah, this one arrived a little bit too late. But I'm trying to think if I should play around Thoughtseize. They used 3 Thoughtseizes, so I'm not going to play around another Thoughtseize. And I guess if I want to play around Inquisition, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I guess I should play out the Cavern, even though it's a pretty bad tell. But if my opponent Inquisitions and forces my Summoner's Pact, then I can pay for Pact on upkeep and still have access to Titan Mana if I draw any untapped land. Seems super narrow though. I think I'm gonna do it anyway, and the reason for this is that if my opponent plays any of their big threats, I'm gonna feel compelled to Pact in response. Because at that point... Okay, I was not expecting this one. Got me. Got me real good. I guess I should not have played my Cavern out. Another K command? Wow. Wow, they really got me. I was never playing around double K command though. I guess I could have played around the first one. I think that my reasoning made sense though. I think that my reasoning made sense, and maybe I shouldn't have gone for it, but I think that the reason why I did it made sense. Yeah, the big mistake though I guess it wouldn't have really been a mistake because my opponent would have like K commanded the tracker anyway, so it wouldn't have been that bad. But I would have been at least I would have been up 1 card at least. But then the disdainful stroke would have still been in my opponent's hand. Well, but then I would have actually drawn the Cavern, so yeah, it was a very interesting game. Ohomon, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It was an interesting game. Funny that we won the mul to 5 and then we lost the other 2 hands. That's hilarious. I mean, we do have a lot of ramp, and yeah, I'm gonna keep this. We do have access to turn 3 Hive Mind, I guess, on the play. Playing against Nihil Spellbomb.deck. If we're playing against Nihil Spellbomb.deck, then I don't really want to. Okay, this is nice. Okay, so we're probably playing against Esper, like the deck that got second at the Open. It's most likely what's going on here. So we can relic into transmute. And we want to do this right now, so that next turn we can high mind into Titan. Some respect. Okay, so my opponent's only out here is gonna be like either some number of counter magic or Vendilion Click. Alternatively, I could have. That was probably a mistake. Maybe I should have gotten the blue pact instead of the green pact. This is the jam line, I guess. Yeah, but I mean, basically my opponent can never tap out ever again for the rest of the game. Well, I guess maybe they have Thoughtseize. If they do, maybe. Exile my graveyard, sure. Protect me. Protect me from surgical, I appreciate it. Yield to this. I mean, I guess we jump the hive mind here. My opponent needs to counter it, and when they tap out to counter this, we can resolve the Summoner's Pact. And after that, we can simply. This is Logic Knot. So next turn we pay 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not for 3. So now we pact. We find Primeval Titan. And we pass the turn. And we keep on playing. Wow, that's brutal. That is freaking insane, actually. Wow. They got me. I was not playing around Esper Charm. That's my bad. That is my bad, 100%. We're gonna do white, red. Wow, that was a really good Esper Charm right there. And I actually wonder if I should have like played the Cavern copy in play the Vesuva copy in the Cavern of Souls. Actually, seems like that could have been better. Yeah, Engineering Explosive's not gonna cut it. Push, sure. Wow, that was such a blowout. Guess I should have played around Esper Charm. I felt very confident about this game. And then everything went downhill real quick. They put a card on top. So blue, green, black, and white. At least they got no value from their Jace. An Esper Charm gets me anyway, so there's no reason to hold this Cavitar Crossos here. Yep, if this had been a Cavern of Souls, then we would be in a much better spot. So that was another mistake. I should have played the Vesuva copy in the Cavern of Souls. white, red. Snappy. Yeah, Snap Esper Charm is real good here. They trade with the Scout, they draw 2. Yikes. This is the point of the game where Esper Charm starts taking over. I just really need to draw something, basically. Yeah, it feels like I could have definitely played this game much better than I did. Prime time, please. No prime time. Steerings. Yeah, I feel like definitely if I had found Blue Pact and I would have been able to force my Hive Mind through, we would be in a much better spot. So I think that was the mistake. I should have been able to, I should have forced the Hive Mind through, and then my opponent is going to be ill pressed to win the game, because basically like every single cantrip, every single stuff like that gives me value, and then eventually I just draw a Summoner's Pact and they die. So that was a mistake. Yeah, but like Esper Charm makes me draw 2. Yeah, I guess they can just like destroy target enchantment. That's right. Yeah, you're right. Maybe it's not as good as I thought it was. Yeah, I don't know. This is like a draw step Esper Charm. Yeah, I mean, fortunately, Cavern would be nice, but we still have a shot. I do suspect that my opponent has Cryptic Command because of how they tapped the previous turn. They were at least representing Cryptic Command. And I would believe that with a 5-card hand, 6 cards now, they're going to have access to Cryptic Command. Jeskai, yeah. Yeah, and so they are 100% to have Cryptic then. Yeah, actually Esper Charm is pretty sick. Like, what do I play around here, right? Do I play around my opponent having a Cryptic, or do I play around Esper Charm? Because if I hold threats in order to try to overload Cryptic, then Esper Charm makes me discard 2 and I just die miserably. We can probably concede at this point. I mean, we're gonna struggle for a long time, and then my opponent will eventually win. So we definitely want our counter magic for sure. We definitely want Excavator. We definitely want Tracker. We definitely want Baloth because of Esper Charm mostly. Otherwise, this card is not good in the control mirror. Rex Sage maybe. Rex Sage doesn't seem too good. Actually, Chameleon Colossus seems defensible, mostly due to my opponent playing Unmoored Ego. Explosives as a one-off, I always like having access to against control. We can take out Crossroads for sure. We can take out 1 Amulet, maybe 2. Yeah, actually Scout seems much better against Esper than it is. It feels like it's because of Fatal Push, it's closer to being like the Jeskai matchup instead of being closer to the blue-white matchup, so it seems like Scout it's not going to be particularly great. Explosives as a one-off is fine, but I probably don't want more than that. I might want to take out some summoners back, but because of Hive Mind, I don't. Yeah, I'm gonna take out the Scouts, and the reason is that Azusa actually combos very nicely with Raminap and Tracker, while Scout doesn't combo so nicely. So let's try this. Weird sideboarding. Crazy how the black sources, how my opponent having access to black changes the way we approach the matchup significantly. This hand seems way too slow. We're gonna go to 5. We're gonna go to 4. This one is fine. So keep. We're gonna bottom this, this, and this. Play Amulet on 1, play Tracker on 2. Hope it does stuff. If they don't have an answer to Tracker, we are gonna be in a very solid spot. They have a Thoughtseize. We move to 4, and opponent leads on Thoughtseize. That's gross. We Mulligan to 4, and my opponent goes turn 1 Thoughtseize. Yeah, we're not winning this game. Not winning this game. Opponent's opting real hard. I mean, we got a plan now. We just need lands. Yeah, our plan is for my opponent to never hit a land drop ever again. Wow. If we draw a bounce land, we win the game. Never mind, we're done. Never mind, we're done. Bounce land. Wow. Wow. Are we going to win here? I guess we're gonna bounce this. They have the Dispel. This is fucking gross. Ugh, they do have the Dispel. That is so gross. Now comes the Esper Charm. Oh, wait. Okay. Okay, we can go get Baloth. This is not over. This is not over. Not over has been called. I guess my opponent has an answer to this because they didn't block, so I didn't steerings there because there's nothing that we can find that I'm actually gonna play out, and it doesn't allow me to play around Esper Charm, so no reason for me to try to go for that. Wow, they did have the logic not into the spell though. That's pretty brutal. They needed to have exactly logic not into the spell too, which makes things even worse. Wow, drawing there with Esper Charm is so greedy. Like, how greedy is that? That's insane. Why would you not draw step maybe discard 2? That is insane. That is so ridiculous to me. Yeah, like why would you do that? If they draw step made me discard 2, there's no way I can win. That was a massive punt from my opponent. Like, insanely bad punt. And we won on a multi-4. And we got one on a multi-4. That's 4 prime times for the multi-4. Wow, that was ridiculous. I was not for a second thinking that we were gonna win that game. Wow. Wow, I am extremely, extremely impressed by that. Huh. I feel like I want to do this on the draw. Well, to be fair, we drew insanely well that game. Like it's incredible how well we drew. Okay, let's not like that was an extremely lucky streak for us. But still, like there was no way I should have won that game if my opponent had played correctly. I think I want to play out T-West on 1, and then next turn I can steerings into Serum Visions. Steerings for a bounce land into Serum Visions. You can't undo Serum Visions Scries? Why can't you undo Serum Visions Scries? Well, that sucks. Yeah, I would have liked to to undo that. Because I realized I didn't have 3 mana. That's kind of shitty. Draw tracker. Cast steerings. I really don't want to discard if I can avoid it. I'm trying to figure out if I should just like get a gemstone here and play out T-West, and then next turn I can gemstone. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Just because I really don't want to go to discard. I want them to counter the Azusa next turn. Draw 2 with Esper Charm. So I think I'd rather have Azusa countered here. And actually, if this Azusa doesn't get countered, it's a great. Ooh, that's huge for us. That speeds me up considerably. Now I can transmute next turn for Cavern. And probably like play Cavern on Human maybe. Like they actually don't know it, but this is a rare scenario where they do need to deal with this Azusa. Wow, they didn't use their mana at all. That is great. All right. I never got why punt is the word for failing in Magic. I have no idea either. I always use it, but I never knew why. So you're back on 2 Serum, but changed your mind. I don't know what you're saying. Like, I've been playing Serum Visions for a while. I went down to 2 because I played the open version, like the version that won the open, and then I kind of really struggled to... I really struggled to like find the... Basically, I really wanted to have access to Engineer the Explosives game 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. let the Titan chain begin. We already have access to Tillery West, so I can probably get Garrison. They probably have an answer for this, so I'm gonna get Garrison's Stronghold, I guess. And I'm gonna protect the Stronghold. Whoops, I made a mistake. I should have played a land. I totally thought I had already made my land drop. That might come back to bite me. Because I could have reset this gemstone mine, which could be important down the road. I don't really care about Bog yet. If this gets passed, then I'm really gonna care about Bog. But so far we should be fine. Should definitely have one more line in play though. And this was a terrible draw. Transmute this. Probably for Pact of Negation here. What's up, Jeeves-Low? What does it take to have you play deck? Any donation that covers the entry fee of a league is what it takes, basically. So if you make any donation that of $12 or more, I will play whichever deck you want. I mean, as long as I have at least most of the cards. Like if it costs me $20 to like get the cards I'm missing for whichever deck you want, it just doesn't make much sense for me to play it to begin with, right? So that is kind of the idea. Return target permanent to its owner's hand. Tap all creatures your opponents control. So I guess I get Azusa back, and I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. So I let this go. Azusa comes back. And now what? Now they push the Azusa. They do push the Azusa. Okay, to me this suggests that they do not have a sweeper. So I'm gonna play out the Chameleon Colossus. If they have Supreme Verdict, they have Supreme Verdict. But them bouncing the Detention Sphere kind of suggests to me that that is the removal spell that they are planning on using on my Primeval Titan. If they're baiting me perfectly into a Supreme Verdict, then good for them. Colossus is a very real clock though. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I can swing for 8 tomorrow. This coming turn, and had double blue pact backup. Sounds pretty good. I am kind of regretting not having access to Rex Sage, and this is usually why I bring the one of Rex Sage in the control matchups. I honestly am not familiar with, like, against Blue White, for example, they rely a lot on Search for Azcanta, so having access to multiple of that effect, it's actually quite strong. Like, basically, they have a lot of targets for that. They have a lot of targets for... Rexage has a lot of targets, is what I mean. I don't think that my opponent's deck is playing Search for Azcanta. That's why I didn't bring in the Rexage. This is probably going to be a tap draw from my opponent. And I think I am going to actually counter this tap draw. Return target permanent, tap all creatures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But I already made my land drop. I think that is fine. I do think I am okay with this. Now I'm gonna get Pact of Negation. Whoops, I made a mistake. Ah, damn it! Damn it. Alright, I should have played as I missed on 3 points of damage, basically. Missed on 3 points. Yikes. Yeah. If this cryptic command had drawn a card, I think I would have countered it. But since it was like tap and bounce, I kind of don't care about that. And now I have access to double Pact of Negation for next turn. So it kind of feels like my opponent has not played this game in the best possible way. I still have no idea how I won the previous game when I moved to 4. And Chameleon Colossus is doing some work over here. It's funny how I'm saying that this did work when it literally attacked 0 times total. But it actually really did do quite a bit in terms of like how it forced my opponent into extremely weird plays because of what it threatens more than because of what it actually does, which is hilarious. So 6 mana. This is primetime mana. I play land and I haste primetime. That leaves me with only 4 mana. So I'm not going to be able to... What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to Steerings first. Because if I find a cavern, then my play is very, very obvious. I guess we can also find an amulet and make my place very, very obvious. Amulet. Play this out. Play this out. And one of my opponent's cards is a Detention Sphere, and the other card is an unknown, so my opponent is dead to both of these Pacts of Negation. Yeah. So we did have lethal last turn as well. I guess we can let this one resolve just to tap my opponent out, right? And then they need to have exactly this spell. And if they have exactly this spell, that means that it's 1 less pack that I need to pay. So now they are going to probably target Cryptic. We are going to Pact the Cryptic. Since the Titan is lethal in and of itself, so this guy right here is not doing anything. Yeah, we can double Titan for value, for sure. Dispel my Pact of Negations. Sounds good. Counter again. Yeah, they just concede. Yeah, Colossus was also lethal, but they could have like played here. I basically just wanted to bait them into doing stuff that we would kill them with. And then I realized that they only have 3 cards in hand, and we know that one of them is a Damping Sphere, a Detention Sphere, so like with double pact, we know for a fact that we're winning. I am extremely surprised we won that match. I am extremely surprised that we won. Never scoop, never surrender. Paid off in spades. The loss was to Grixis Shadow, as expected. I think I did make one mistake that ended up costing me one of the games that we lost. I do think that we could have won that match, but it was... this looks like a keep. Not the best keep I've ever seen, but still a keep. Opponent is, of course, on Tron. Because everybody's playing Tron now. And they will for sure have turn 3 Tron, because everybody has turn 3 Tron now. Yeah, I think they... Ooh. The Whiffsky. Ah, 1 mana short. God damn it. God damn it. We are gonna try to stare into an amulet, which we failed to find. At this point, we're just trying to find Titans. We wanted to find an amulet exactly on this turn, and from now on, we just want to find Titans. And my opponent does a very, very preemptive scoop. Crazy, like we were not even close. We were at least 2 turns away. I will take it though. Excavator, give me those. Take this out. Bojuki Bog out. Collision Relics out. And what is the last cut usually? Oh, another land, the Cavera Crossroads probably. Oh, the cavern. Alright, I go to the bathroom. We'll be right back. GQ main? No, we're playing a one of GQ in this sideboard, as you just saw. We're playing Bog in the main. If Tron is as everywhere as I think it is, we might need to make a little swap there and have the GQ in the main and then the Bog in the sideboard. This hand needs a bounce land and an Azusa. We can do better than this. This is legit. I'll keep this. We can bottom this Stronghold. Actually, I have not realized how nice it is that we can like bottom cards that we want to like actually be in our deck and not in our hand. I just kind of sweep. Being able to hold up negate on 2 is nice. Amulet and or Bounce Land are very solid draws here. That is mostly what we're looking for. And if we draw one into the other, that would be excellent. They're missing Tron though. Nice, nice, nice. I guess I play this out. And if my opponent attempts to like play Expedition Map or something, I negate it. If they play a star effect, I just let it go. That is the power plant, and that is my negate target. Okay, Summoner's Pact is kind of nice. I think we Azusa here. We Azusa and we set up for Titan next turn. Or we can... Nah, I think we just Titan. Sweet, they have Ghost Squatter. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. Awesome. So we get to quarter them. And then we get to... ramming up GQ them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pact for Primeval Titan. Cast Primeval Titan. Yes. Let's do Simic GQ. Use all my land drops, draw step, I will destroy the power plant, I guess. So we got a pack to pay for, so that's maybe 4 mana. Then we can transmute for Summoner's Pact, Pact for ramming up. We can play this gemstone that we're going to destroy ourselves, then we can GQ twice. Seems pretty solid. If they play O-Stone here, that is kind of annoying, especially because we don't have a Rex Age. Do this. So we can do that, or we can simply go ahead and transmute for... Transmute for Pact of Negation. We're definitely attacking, even if they block and they... Even if they block and they... Let's get Tolaria Simic. And even if they block and dismember my Titan, that's fine. I don't care about that as much. Yeah, so we're gonna have a block plus dismember. This is fine. This is not winning my opponent the game. This is just delaying the unavoidable. Yeah, I mean, that's what turn 3 Tron does, right? So we are going to transmute. Right? Did I mess this up? Yeah, I fucked this up. God damn. Yeah, I'm short 1 mana. I should have found, instead of Tolaria West something, I should have bounced my Gemstone Mine or something. Crap, yeah, I missed. I miscounted. I was assuming that I could like play lands from my graveyard, but in order to play lands from my graveyard I would have needed to... yeah, that was a mistake. I think I transmute for Pact of Negation here, just in case my opponent does something broken, and then next turn I can transmute for Summoner's Pact. and kind of go off. At this point, I just transmute for prime time, right? Transmute for prime time and haste. And I still have a third Toleria West that I can use. And if my opponent tries to go for the same play of like dismembering my prime time this time, I can just counter it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I leave white floating. Leave white mana floating. Yes. Boros. Slayers. Bounce. Replay as my last return. I do have an Excavator in the deck, yes. But I think it's correct to play the Prime Time. Because Prime Time can go get Excavator still. We have one more T-West in the deck and one more Summoner's Pact. So... we also have Pact of Negation, so my opponent cannot do their stupid little thingy anymore. Oh, they do this? That's fine. So I guess I reset this here. Do they have 2 dismembers in hand? I'm not gonna be playing around 2 dismembers. There's no way they have 2 dismembers. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, extra blue source just in case. And I guess I might as well protect my stronghold. Even if they Karn me there, I'm probably still in okay shape. Because I can kill the Karn. If they O-stone me there, then that's probably bad for me, but that's fine. Yeah, so... actually, it's not there for Tron as much as it's there for black-green. Excavator, it's, in my opinion, the best card against black-green. Like, the best creature, basically. I guess Colossus could arguably be the best creature as well, but it's probably Excavator. God damn, I've been streaming for 4 hours. Alright. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna try to see what my food situation is gonna look like, cause... Alright, hang in there. 1 second. Alright, do we like this? I kind of like this. My opponent mulligans, no way for me to know besides looking at the chat. This is gonna take a second to get used to, actually. My opponent mulligan to 6, I think. I fucking hate this new Mulligan rule. Okay, so I guess we're leaving explosives. Kind of feel we might need to leave high mines in, just like cheese out a win. Maybe just leave the one out. It's not the real mul rule, right? I don't know what you mean. It might be. We don't know yet. We don't know yet. But it might be just the way that Mulligan works from now on. Oh, I want tracker, I want tracker. No, 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 I want tracker. I want tracker. Sad, yeah, we're gonna Mulligan this. I guess we're gonna keep this. But I mean, I guess we bottom the growth chamber. Okay, I'm gonna take some damage from this Eidolon, but I need to counter a Blood Moon if it comes down right now. This is super awkward. No, it hasn't confirmed it yet. It will confirm it after the next Pro Tour, the next Mythic Invitational, which I think it's a terrible name. But so that's why I attempt to continue calling it Pro Tour. No, there wasn't. There wasn't. But I mean, it's still not official. It could still go back to what it was. It's kind of weird though. I wish that it were. I wish that it were like in Eternal. In Eternal, when your opponent goes down to 6, it shows you like a little thingy right here on the side. I kind of wish it looks something like I kind of wish like something like that happened, so that we could see like whether my opponent mulliganed or not. Well, that is fucked up. Do I hope to whiff Blood Moon for 1 turn? I think that's what we're doing. But I can't take that much damage from this Eidolon. There's the moon. Fuck me. I hate this. I mean, to be fair, my opponent played it very well. It's just like, what is that deck? Ugh. Isn't the PT the Mythic Invitational? No, the Mythic Invitational was like a something. The Mythic Championship. Did I say Invitational? If I said Invitational, then yeah, that was wrong. No, it's the Championship and the Invitational. The Championship is the Pro Tour, or what used to be the Pro Tour, and the Invitational was just like this one-time thing that just happened at PAX, like 2 weeks ago or something, and that was it. It was like an arena-only thing. Yeah, I don't know how it's gonna fare for Modern. It definitely feels like there's a lot of Tron, and I guess that this kind of like stupid cheese decks actually might, like they might become playable to an extent. I also wonder if now with this new Mulligan rule, I should be mulliganing more aggressively. Because like this is a perfectly keepable 7 under the old regime. Let's say it that way. But maybe with the new Mulligan rule, it's better to simply just like try to Mulligan into the nuts. Maybe that's what's up. I don't know. Anyway, well, I'm thinking about like my opponent's deck now, and I'm like, maybe it makes sense that they are. I guess I'm gonna T-West first. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but this allows me to like Serum Visions on 2 and play Crossroads, and then oh yeah, that's another thing that I was expecting. This Mulligan rule is gonna be a nightmare. I am hating the Mulligan rule already, and I have played like a league. Okay, put this on the bottom, put this on the top. Hope my opponent is not playing Blood Moons in the main deck. We're gonna play Crossroads here. Then next turn we're going to play Asusa, play a couple of lands, and then set up Titan next turn with like Serum Visions, I guess. Growth Chamber, bounce, and I guess I want a Serum Visions right now. Yeah, this is cool. This is cool, okay. So I was trying to find a blue pact or something, but finding Amulet is probably fine as well. It's maybe even better than finding Amulet. I mean, if I die this turn, I just die this turn, right? This is Grishoalbrand, by the way. Sure. I'm perfectly okay with this. Now I get to Amulet. I get to Sanctuary. Bouncing what? Probably the Gemstone. Because I'm not going to attack here. I am going to just go ahead and transmute for Blue Pact. I think attacking here is just wrong. My opponent is not setting up. Soulless 247, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. My opponent is not setting up with. If my opponent had like discarded like a Grishoalbrand to this brutality, I might have thought about attacking there, because then we could have bogged it. We could have bogged them as interaction. But oh, actually, I just punted grossly. Now that I realize I could have attacked. I could have attacked and also transmuted. Yeah, that was. Don't listen to don't see what I just did. I mean, it didn't matter, but I could have attacked and transmuted because there's already a Tolari West in play. So that was a mistake. I should have attacked and then transmuted. Yeah, that's what I was saying right now, Chucky Chuckson. It's exactly what I was saying right there. Path to Exile is actually sometimes good against Grishoalbrand, sometimes it is not, so it's pretty like hit or miss. We are assuming that they are playing. We're assuming that they're playing Blood Moon. And now we get to do some sideboarding. Okay, so again, I'm assuming Blood Moon. I don't like Hive Mind. I guess I do want both packs of negation. Definitely don't want Colony Garden. This seems like the worst land. In fact, Ghost Quarter seems also better than Cavern of Souls, is it? It's probably better than Crossroads. Because it's an untap. No, it's actually not. No, never mind, because this actually helps me cast my white spell. So never mind, never mind. You can trim a couple of scouts, and we can probably trim the Serum Visions, even though the Serum Visions were great that game. But yeah, I expect like more cheese decks to see like a much heavier play than they used to. We keep this. I mean, we have a negate, we have a prime time, we don't have ramp, but we do have a basic forest to protect from Blood Moon. We're going to turn 1 this, or yeah, so hope to not get bogged. Hope to naturally draw bog, I mean. Okay, so I hope that they don't have a Glorious Vengeance, because we died to a Glorious Vengeance. It's not a Glorious Vengeance. Sweet, we keep on playing. Keep on playing. Through the Reach. That's not bad. This means that if my opponent plays a Blood Moon, we can probably let it resolve. I mean, we're probably negating it anyway. I guess I let it resolve. And now we get to do like a little bit of ramping. It gives him this turn to get me though. Which they might. Yeah, they do. There's the Glorious. Yep. Alright, we're dead. Of course, negating the Blood Moon would have changed absolutely nothing, right? I guess I could have, like, untapped and hoped to draw into... I could have untapped and hoped to draw into... like, kind of hope to steerings into exactly Gemstone Mine. That was the alternative, right? I just negate the Blood Moon, hope to steerings into exactly Gemstone Mine plus no Gemstone Mine, and then I have access to Path. So maybe that's my out. My opponent used 1 mana to Faithless Looting there, though. There's no way they don't have it, right? There's only 6 cards left in their deck. They have to have it here. The London Mulligan has been pretty miserable. I guess it's fine, but like we hadn't seen Grishoalbrand in a long time, and now it's back. We played against mono, like against Free Win Red, which turn 1 Blood Moon me on a multi 6. Then we've been playing against a lot of Tron today. And then we played against the hero, who was Guldukat, who was playing Grixis Shadow. When Grixis Shadow is the good guy, it is kind of strange. Maybe I should kind of like change the way that I play, though. That's what I was thinking, Jay Snyder. It's maybe I should simply like change the way that I approach mulliganing with the deck. Like, the hand that we kept in game 1 was probably a mulligan under the new rule. Maybe. I don't know. This is literally it's my second league with the rule and my first league with AmuLIT with the new rule. So I wonder if this pushes some decks out of the format, though. Like with this amount of Tron, like, can you really be playing black green anymore? I also consider, I mean, I assume that Dredge is a terrible matchup for black green. What? My opponent says, where are my 4 mana floating? Ah. ¿En serio? So apparently my opponent's mana just like disappeared. They get a free league. Nice, good for them, good for them. That's super weird. I mean, should I concede to them? I mean, they're gonna get their lead paid again, so I don't know. And apparently my opponent knows me because they spoke to me like straight up in Spanish, so I assume that they know who I am. Yeah, so apparently there's like some kind of bug where if you, because I mean the breach was revealed, so that part is fine. It's asking my opponent to pay mana, which they had, but now they don't anymore? Oh, there we go. No, there it is. Okay, so they figured it out. Okay. Alright, so anything we want to change? I don't think so. Just gotta draw better. I guess we can mulligan better. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they finally figured it out. Amulet, Bujugi Bog. Okay, let's hope we don't. I mean, even if we get Blood Moon, it's actually okay for us. How do you like the list you were playing yesterday with Pont? I loved it. I thought it was very, very good. I was probably. I think I will. I might be playing some more of that version of the deck in the near future, as in like actually starting to like practice with it in order to get better, like learn the mulligan decisions better, stuff like that. So you might see more Bloom Titan streams in the near future. We'll see how that goes. I also think it mulligans better than this version of the deck because it has less moving pieces. Probably add into yeah. It's weird how like all of this like splice cards work and whatnot. It's kind of strange. No. So the thing is, Chucky Jackson, it actually asks. It was saying that my opponent was Spain, except all of their mana was gone. So that's what was weird. Like they did end up figuring it out. So that was that. But still. So it was not a bug. It was just like my opponent being new to the deck, which they said they are. Oh, this is gonna be my Twitter post soon enough. Don't worry about it. All right. Demo to 6. Yeah, I expect this kind of deck, like this kind of like cheese decks, to be way more popular now. Which honestly, it's pretty bad for us. Like I expect Cheerios to start seeing more play. I expect like Grishoalbrand to start seeing more play. Even like when we just played against the stupid all-in red deck, it just feels like those kind of decks, like this Mulligan rule is gonna help those kind of decks a lot. Please discard a Grishoalbrand. Please discard a Grishoalbrand. Wrath of Anima, thank you for the follow. Please discard a Grishoalbrand. Yeah, sad. This is an awful draw. This is a completely terrible draw. Okay, so we get to Relic and then pass the turn. Eontin end step. Charge the Relic. Prime time. All right, that one counts. Blue. Transmute for Summoner's Pact. And do I bog my opponent here? 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess they can. If they go land, flashback looting. Now, I think I'm going to play Stronghold here, because the way that I get to cast and haste Primetime next turn, it's going to be if I use Vesuva to copy the Stronghold. So that means that I want to be naturally playing the Vesuva here. That's going to be a Blood Moon. That is fine, because we already have access to the Sage. In fact, this Blood Moon ramps us a little bit, which is nice. That's another awful draw. Nice. Love me some terrible draws. Okay, so green. I can play this. And then 1, 2, 3 to cast Rex Sage. Yeah, that's fine. I was trying to see if there was any way that I could get any value or anything, but there isn't. As in, I could like swing for 4 or something with this, but I don't think there is. Second Blood Moon is actually kind of brutal here. Second Blood Moon really sucks there. I guess we're on the Colossal Dreadmaw plan. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Colossal Dreadmaw beats. Nothing else really matters, so I'm just gonna get multiple basic forests. And they also have the Breach plus Grishoalbrand. Wow, that was gross. That's super gross. Yeah, I don't have explosives, so I can't get rid of the Blood Moon at all. So I can't beat this. That's disgusting. Yep. So I expect that we're just gonna get Blood Moon every single, like in a league. I expect to get Blood Moon 2 out of 5 matches on average. And if we're gonna get Blood Moon as much, we probably want to be playing Bloom, actually. As sad as that makes me. But if the I guess that this is just like, you know, first league through or anything, so it's not, it doesn't make sense to draw conclusions yet. But if we are going to be seeing way more cheese decks being played just like that, then I kind of think that this version of the deck is better against junk than... No, I think that this version of the deck is way better against like junky decks like that. Having access to like all of these cards to play around Blood Moon. We have access to like 6 cards, all of which can get picked by Ancient Steerings. So I do think it's fine. But but that is because, you know, this version of the deck is just way better than against Blood Moon than the other version. And it might also need, you know, we might need to actually be playing maybe more of this style cards, maybe a second Reclamation Sage, which we haven't been playing mostly because of it's just really bad in the Weir matchup. But like, I don't know, it just feels like if we're gonna be playing against cheese decks, we want to really, you know, aim our list at cheese decks. Maybe like up the Coalition Relic count. I don't know. I mean, we'll figure this out. We will, like, as I continue streaming and we keep on like seeing how this whole thing evolves, we're going to be able to draw conclusions with, you know, a little bit of a larger sample size. But drawing conclusions out of like a single league does not seem particularly productive. But yep, we will see how it goes. Thanks everyone for hanging out today. If you haven't hit that follow button, make sure you do so. We're super close from the mono green control league, so that's gonna be interesting. If you want to help support the stream, you can subscribe. That's the link if you want to do it on mobile, and you can get access to these 2 emotes, as well as the updated sideboard guide. Which I might need to update it again now with a new Mulligan rule, actually. Let's see how things settle down, but I was expecting to like update it over this weekend. But if things change as much to the point where we are gonna be like changing the list even further, it does not seem particularly productive for me to update it in order to, like, you know, change it again next week. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, have you tried running? Yeah, grilled cheese. That seems to be the tech. Speaking of grilled cheese, if you want to join the AmuLIT Discord, that is the link that you can use. If you want to check out previous streams, I always upload them to YouTube on that YouTube channel that you see right there. If you want to follow me on Twitter, you can find me at fpadlosmtg. And finally, if you want to see your deck played on stream, just like today, we saw not punished deck lists, which was a lot of fun. We didn't do a lot of winning, but when we did, though, it was impressive, and we did so in spades. But yeah, deck super sweet. But yeah, if you want me to play your 75 on stream, whether it's like some spicy new amulet tech or anything like that, all you need to do is you need to make a donation on that link that covers the entry fee of the league for $12 or more, and then I will just play your deck on stream. Let's see who's streaming. I hope that somebody's streaming Modern. There has to be people still streaming Modern. Yeah, Nasif's streaming Modern. Okay, let's go raid Nasif. I love me some yellow hat. Yellow hat. Yellow hat. Alright, see you all in Nasif's stream. Have an amazing rest of the day, and I'll be back tomorrow with more amulets. Peace and love and everything in between. Bye bye.